off, and campaign vouchers up to 999 ringgit. Shop guilt-free at Lazada's 99 sale, always the better sale.
The war in Sudan has wiped away 4-year-old Walah's smile. As intense bombardments swept through Sudan, she and her family were forced to walk over one
Symposium, IAGRIS25, under the Global Trends in Engineering, Science and Technology Programs, GTES 2025. This year, IAGRIS carries the theme Interdisciplinary Collaborations for Agricultural Transformations Towards Sustainable Practices. The first IAGRIS was held fully online in 2023, and today marks our first hybrid editions, bringing us together physically here in Kuala Lumpur, while also streaming live via YouTube for our online participants. This symposium is aligned with several United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 2, Zero Hunger, SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Productions, SDG 13, Climate Actions, and SDG 15, Life on Land. Through these platforms, we aim to strengthen partnerships and foster greater collaborations among participants to drive sustainable agricultural transformations. I am Technologist Dr. Fatinaini Azizan from University Malaysia Police, and I will serve as your MC and also session chair for the morning program. We begin our speaker session this morning with our invited speakers, Mr. Hafizul Amin bin Aris and Mr. Abdul Aziz bin Abbas, both a certified builder. Mr. Hafizul, a technical safety and health manager at CCC Group South Company, is an accomplished professional in occupational safety and health and has contributed nationally as an expert panel member on the OSHA 1994 implementing. He is also our alumni of the Biosystems Engineering Programs under the Department of Technology, Department University Malaysia Police, graduating in 2014. Since then, he has built a strong career in technical safety and health. Wow, Mr. Abdul Aziz is a seasoned professional with over 39 years of experience in the construction industry, specializing in project management, civil engineering, building constructions, and occupational safety and health. He is a certified as CDM professional by UTM Onboard Resources, a DOSH accredited provider in May 2025, and previously recognized as an OSH CRM CDM professional by UTM BRM CDRS in 2021. This morning, they will deliver the talk on the topics of integrating PTDDFS into agricultural systems and mechanizations for civil engineering practices. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hafizul Amin and Mr. Abdul Aziz.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to share what is the insight from the industry now, because for the prevention through design, and in Malaysia is the term that we need to use is a construction design management. So many industry player dia berfikir, dia kata if we are in agricultural industry, we don't have to commit to the prevention through design. So sebenarnya benda tu tak betul lah, sebab the construction design management specifically we have a 2024 regulation 2024 last year lah, we have to comply with the construction design management. Nama dia memang macam tu, but we have to commit with the whole industry, kecuali ada 3 industri tadi, perkabalan, lepas tu domestic, and also askar, army. So other than that, we need to commit to the regulation 2024. Okay, my name is Hafizul Amin. And next, we have 2 separate sessions. I am focused on the fundamental and focused on engineering, mechanical engineering practices, specifically in agricultural industry. But my friend is focused on infrastructure, focused on civil. So this is the 2 sessions. Alright, so like I said, this CDM for agriculture engineering is valid to use. So yeah, from me, valid because agricultural engineering is a very high risk industry actually. So agriculture industry is very high risk because the discipline of engineering is boleh katakan semua ada dalam tu. Like mechanical engineering, so we have machinery, tractors, and automation. But another thing is civil structure engineering, farm structure, drainage, irrigation, agricultural building. Okay, and then the next is the environmental engineering. So we have soil and water conservation, and next is chemical engineering, fertilizer processing, bioenergy. So this is what is the common industry punya accident lah, during for the agricultural industry. So in chemical engineering, in mechanical, in civil and structure, related to agricultural, focus on palm oil processing. So we have so many accident, occupational accident, occupational fatality accident. So another thing is electrical and electronic, agricultural sensor, application of drones, and computer and software engineering. So because of this combination, I will very sure that benda ni memang berisiko. So please align back our thinking. This agriculture is a very critical industry, so we have to consider. Okay, so actually what is the CDM? CDM, PTD. So in us, sorry, I just to recall, CDM is construction design management, but the term is construction. So the construction is a very big interpretation lah. It's not about engineering, civil saja, construction saja tak, tapi melibati semua work of engineering. So in Malaysia, we use the term of CDM because we have the regulation 2024. So all the engineers need to comply because the responsibility as an engineer or designer. In US, we use prevention through design, but the principle is the same principle. So another thing is the design for safety used by Australia. Australia and Singapore, right? So because of why CDM very important in agriculture, because the combination all of the engineering practice. So we have to comply on the CDM regulation 2024. All right. So this is the proof that, okay. So statistik kecederaan pekerjaan negara. This is from the DOSM Department of Statistic. Statistik punya department. Dia dah buktikan. Dan mula-mula kita pergi tengok yang di sana. Okay. So dia punya jumlah pekerja di Malaysia untuk 2023, the latest update is 2023. So kita ada 15,813, 15,813.3, sorry, yes, 0.3366. So jumlah pekerja lah. But jumlah keseluruhan pekerja adalah jumlah pekerja Malaysia. So jumlah kecederaan 38,950 and kadar kecederaan pekerjaan adalah 2.66 over the 1,000 workers. Setiap 1,000 workers kita ada kecederaan sebanyak 2.66. Ni keseluruhan industri lah. Alright. So dia ada juga kategori dia jumlah kecederaan bukan maut sebenarnya tinggi. Untuk 2023 actually we still at the recovery phase on COVID-19. So 2023 is nampak rendah lah, tapi dia macam menurun. Actually this is not the real numbers lah. Sepatutnya dia lagi tinggi lah sebab memang pattern dia tengah menaik. Dia punya pattern yang ditunjukkan oleh statistik dia sedang menaik. So kita we have to focus on based on the industry lah. We have so many industry under the DOSM category. So actually the agriculture is have to combine with the two industry in this statistic from the SERM. One is from agricultural and forestry fisheries industry, and another thing, another one is pengilangan lah, because as you know, manufacturing under is one of the agricultural discipline. So untuk dua ni, kita boleh katakan jumlah kecederaan pekerjaan mengikut klasifikasi industri. Satu, untuk manufacturing is 10,000. Dia 10,000 lebih. So untuk industri agriculture ada 2,351. So sebenarnya dia adalah tinggi. Dia adalah penyumbang utama dalam kecederaan industri lah, ataupun kemalangan industri. So jumlah yang maut. So jumlah yang maut untuk manufacturing 56, and untuk agriculture, actually orang rasa agriculture is not the main industry in Malaysia, but kecederaan pekerjaan dia adalah 42, tinggi. Kalau kita tengok perbezaan 56 dengan 42, so tinggi lah, right? So selain pada tu, kadar kecederaan pekerjaan mengikut klasifikasi kadar kecederaan pekerjaan. So injured lah, injured, yang tadi kematian, kecederaan maut, fatality. So is 3.98 over the 1,000 of worker. So bagi saya ia adalah sangat kritikal. Ya, kalau orang kata industri kata agriculture is dia tak sangat serius, dia membohong dan membuktikan. We prove that with the statistic is a very high risk industry. So we need to consider. Alright, so what is the safety integration in design stage ni critical agriculture industry? Kenapa? At the design stage is critical for agriculture. So kita kalau ikut daripada Sarawi and Newness Minham in the log is 60 to 80% of life cycle cost and risk. Dia boleh menjimatkan ataupun merugikan kalau kita consider dalam design stage. So prevention rather than correction lah. So dia kata kalau kita influence safety during the design stage, maybe we can save the cost around 60 to 80%. So this is from the research. Alright, if hazard are eliminated at the design stage, accident can be prevented lah. Okay, so better kita as an agricultural engineer, we need to consider on design stage. So kita kena apply all the element of prevention through design to our design. So other than that, we have in Malaysia, so legal and regulatory compliance. Dalam Malaysia kita ada, macam saya cakap tadi before this, CDM regulation and international framework, many lah, banyak lah, so many international framework. But in Malaysia, we just focus on CDM regulation. But just bear in mind, we have dia punya, kalau disabitkan under regulation ni, dia punya saman tu, dia punya jumlah adalah 500,000. So it's very serious punishment lah. Okay, so another than is reducing human error. So kenapa? Why safety integration at the design stage is critical for agriculture? We need to avoid human error. Inilah peluang kita. Kita boleh avoid human error during the design stage. Okay, so other than that is sustainability and long-term value. Nampak macam kita keluarkan cost. Kalau dalam research, kebanyakannya dia akan tunjuk dia punya curve. So curve tu memang dah terbukti is a real number. Dia akan keluarkan cost. Mula-mula is a very high lah. because we need to consider all the thing until the end of dia punya life cycle, project life cycle. So dia agak tinggi cost. But the thing is kita boleh jimatkan long term value punya isu lah, maksudnya cost. Dan kelima is cost, productivity and benefit lah. Safer design, lower the risk accident. So ini adalah terbukti dah. Okay. So safety design. Alright. So next is okay. So alright. Concept of CDM. So dia menggunakan konsep General Prevention Principle. So, kalau dulu dalam to consider on the risk assessment, we have to put the hierarchy of control, engineering control, elimination, and also. So, but now is very detailed the consideration of the General Prevention Principle, GPP. This is informed in Regulation 2024. So all the design element must be wajib untuk consider to the 9 GPP, General Prevention Principle. Ini adalah tanggungjawab the responsibility as a designer to prove for whole life cycle of the product, which is agriculture is a machine, like machine, dan bangunan agricultural building. So dia kena buktikan all the design is considered to the GPP, so General Principle Prevention. Okay, so when bila masa kita nak buat konsep PTD ni, so dia consider during the design stage and redesign stage until end of the life cycle, sehinggalah dia demolish ataupun dia sudah nak dilupuskan. Okay, so this is the curve, and dia tunjuk buktikan ini actually from the education punya research, and also memang terbuktilah dengan industry practice. So mula-mula kita mengeluarkan kos yang tinggi lah untuk prevention through design ataupun dalam industri kita CDM. Mula-mula dia menggunakan kos yang tinggi, tapi bila kita dah flow the consideration during the design stage, dia akan menurun dan kita hanya perlu maintain. So dekat stage of cross tu, dia perlu kita treat as a efficient punya cost value lah, right? Okay, so the whole life cycle is sebelum design kita kena ada initiation. So kalau kita ada initiate untuk kita buat sesuatu projek, then kita perlu design. So daripada design kita kena pasang ataupun construction. Lepas tu kita kena transport. So the whole life cycle is need to consider to the CDM. This is the concept of CDM. Alright. So kenapa? So dia punya kenapa tu macam dia cakap lah. So safety and health, inherently safe design, proactive hazard prevention, improve risk management. Selain daripada tu, cost efficient, innovation and competitive advantage lah. Lain daripada tu, kita treat as life cycle benefit and asset protection. And how? Macam mana? When and why. So now how? Macam mana kita nak sebab apa kita nak treat CDM ni as a main issue in agriculture and concept of engineer lah. Sebab banyak yang sangka tak perlu, tapi saya punya partner dan saya suka tekankan ia perlu sebab terpakai untuk semua industri. Okay, so alright, so for the CDM tak ada lagi untuk kita excuse siapa yang punya tanggungjawab, tak ada. We have own responsibilities. Kita ada responsibilities yang tersendiri lah. Okay, kita ada ATA. Actually, CDM regulation bernaung di bawah OSHA 1994. And under OSHA 1994 ada amendment on 2022. We have dan dia akan keluarkan, dia telah keluarkan 2017 DOSH, Department of Safety and Health, dia keluarkan satu guideline, ocean guideline. Tapi sekarang dah tak ada dah lah. Kita dah tukar kepada dia punya transformation, we change to the peraturan, regulation 2024. CDM regulation 2024. Okay, selain daripada tu, kenapa we need to consider that this is very urgent and penting daripada industri construction ataupun mechanical agriculture? Sebab the statement from the guideline BEM, guideline number 008 baru je keluar 3 hari bulan 6 2025. Actually BEM also support on the apply on the CDM regulation, but ada beberapa isu lah yang CDM tekankan, seperti professional fee, scale of fee untuk engineers kena review back. But engineer BEM is very gentleman lah. Kalau dibandingkan dengan arkitek, as a designer we have engineer and we have architect and also quantity surveyor. But BEM is very gentle, dia support benda ni. Walaupun dia tahu tanggungjawab dia besar, tapi dia support. Alright? Kalau kita bandingkan dengan arkitek, dia langsung tak support. Dia tolak terus, 100%. So maybe lepas dia keluar guideline ni, arkitek akan lembaga arkitek Malaysia mungkin dia akan tukar dia punya prinsip pendirian lah. Okay. Alright, so risk factor in agriculture. Kenapa saya cakap agriculture ni very high risk? So first adalah, contoh kita bagi adalah confined space. So dalam confined space, contohnya dekat palm oil mill, we have crude oil tank. So for maintenance, we have a confined space. Selain daripada itu, palm oil FFP grading, dia dekat workers will be, dia akan buat grading system dekat traffic flow. So blind spot lah. Selain daripada itu adalah project for agri facility. So we have to lift all the agricultural punya facilities. Contoh tank, machinery. Okay. Selain daripada itu lagi, kita ada grain storage. So selalu industry accident is the engulfment in silo. So selalunya berlaku di dalam industri ni. Selain daripada itu, kita bekerja di tempat tinggi, working at high. So kenapa kita kena consider to the design, during design stage, selalunya, contoh saya bagi dekat atas tangki ni. Atas tangki, saya bagi satu contoh saja. Selalunya kita terlepas pandang untuk fikir macam mana kita nak buat maintenance kepada tangki ni. So, contoh gambar kat bawah tu, dia dah sediakan anchorage point. So for maintenance work. So this is the concept of the CDM. Ini adalah konsep CDM. So selain daripada tu, tractor overturn, rollover. Sebab during design stage, kita tak fikirkan ladang kita perlu jalan yang besar, perlu jalan yang selamat. So itu adalah salah satu faktor. Dan dulu kita punya machinery is overturn. Dia tak ada rock forks system. Fall over, roll over punya structure untuk protect daripada banyak kes kematian. Okey, contoh-contohnya inilah antara kejadian-kejadian kemalangan yang berlaku related dengan industri agricultural. Okey. Alright, so ni adalah case study. So ada letupan melalui boiler. So apa punca dia? Dia adalah berbalik kepada dia punya failure of the system yang tak ada pressure release valve. Dia ada satu saja. Sepatutnya kita kena ada combination of first release valve and second release valve. If failure on the release valve yang pertama, dia kena backup with the release valve yang kedua. So this is the prevention through design lah in principle. Okay. So saya ada sediakan dia punya design risk assessment. Contoh apa yang kita boleh consider. Contohnya macam ni. Over pressure. Dia punya root cause is the over pressure. So dia boleh terbakar, dia boleh meletup. So apa yang sepatutnya dalam konsep PTD, DFS ni apa yang ataupun CDM in term of Malaysia dia perlu buat. Contoh macam saya cakap tadi lah, dual safety valve dia punya penyelesaian. automatic pressure relief. So kebanyakan boiler zaman penjajah dulu memang tak ada benda ni. So kita perlu consider in term of that lah. Dan banyak lagi lah, saya ada bagi contoh. Tapi kita go through sebab bagi saya, kita takut masa lah. So mungkin kita boleh pergi next yang kita boleh, maybe kita boleh buat lagi satu session. So selain pada tu, kita ada case di Segari Perak. Okay? Ini related to dust explosion. Dia meletup. Nampak macam simple dust, habuk. Tapi kalau kita tak kontrol daripada sudut engineering, daripada design stage, dia boleh bawa sampai 4 kematian. So very critical. Okay. Then this is the finding lah based on the case study. Maybe all the participants can review lah. Ataupun mungkin ada idea yang lain. So CDM is not talk about only decision satu orang, tak. Kita perlu decide by team members. Okay, so from my part is selesai. Terima kasih. Dan saya serahkan kepada saya punya sparring partner, Builders Abdul Aziz. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, so saya akan cuba lakukan sebelum 9 duduk nilai. Sekejap Okay, baik. So apa yang saya akan sentuh, what I will share here is about the planning stage. So based on the new regulation and the amendment on the OSH Act 1994 in 2022, so we have the duty. So all the designers, all the client, all the contractors have the duties. So we just run through. Okay, this is about the planning for the safety. We will include the all the documentation. PCI is pre-construction information. DRA is design risk assessment. CPP lah construction phase plan, and SHF is safety and health file. Okay. Okay. In agriculture industries, we also involved in civil engineering, for sure. So that's why CDM apply in agriculture industry. We cannot escape. We need to fulfill the law. Okay, we have this infrastructure, we have the irrigation, we have the bridge, we have the workers' accommodation, services, pipes, and all that. So now we go for this CDM 2024. CDM 2024 come into force in 1st June 2024. So at the current, yes, we still have objection from this consultant. Means that from the architect board, from the ECEM Association, Consulting Engineers Malaysia, and then yet this QS still never come into the picture. Okay, so this is okay, I explain. PCI is a pre-construction information, captures early hazard. So all the foreseeable hazard during the design stage, we have the duty to prevention through design, PTD, or DFS, design for safety. So all the design must take into the consideration for the people to maintain all the machineries, all the factories, all these any structures until demolition. DRA is design risk assessment, so meaning that designers need to eliminate foreseeable risk. So based on GPP, general prevention of GPP, principal prevention. Yeah. Okay, CPP set up controls during construction. SHF records safety during the future use. Okay, so for example, we are in the companies for palm oil. So we want to extend our palm oil mill factories. So CDM must comply. Okay, what is PCI? PCI is a pre-construction information. Pre-construction information required under Regulation 13. Client have an obtainable data from site and design risk. So client need to provide all the information to the designers before he or they can appoint the designers. Okay, and then we so this is this PCI flow. I think maybe you all can review from this soft copy. So we have the collecting existing information, and then identify and record hazards and all that. So this is PCI. So without PCI, engineers are blind. They cannot design. And then we go to the next is DRA. What is DRA? Design Risk Assessment. We need to perform design risk assessment. So from the DRA1 is a conceptual design or the foreseeable risk. For example, uh, our infrastructure, our road in this plantation. So at this hilly area, so we must identify that geotechnical, and then this slope gradient and all that. So to provide the safe for this machinery vehicle. Okay, so the design risk assessment one is for conceptual design. Two is detail. From conceptual, we go to detail design. And then number three is performed by the contractors, appointed contractors. So all the information from DRA1, 2 is interconnected until the 3. So 3 meaning that all the residual risk, whatever residual risk from DRA1, we carry to 2. We come out the solution design for safety or prevention through design. And then we'll go to 3. So 3, that meaning before the contractors appointed during this tendering stage, all the information must be given to the contractors. So the contractors have the idea, they know what is the residual risk, so how they want to execute the work. Okay, and then this all the information from DRA 1, 2, 3 will every residual risk will keep into the safety and health file. So from the safety and health file, later on when the project completed, need to hand over to the client. So client have all the information, confined space, working height, so they know, so they can finish the maintenance work safely. Okay, this is the example, the RA1, design risk assessment. So we have a many column. So this is the GPP, general prevention of principle prevention. So we have GPP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one is prevention through design. So this one we can come out the solution through the design. For example, working at height. So we know that after we complete the structure, people will exposed to working at height. So what are the control? So we add on the railing system and all that. Okay, and then control measures. This one is a hybrid execution and design, GPP 6, 7, 8, and 9. So we have the risk. So this one is a likelihood multiplied by severity. We have the risk rating. This one is before we have the solution. So now become lower, become yellow. If possible, try to get green. This is the DRA one, this conceptual design. So there is a a few items that we need to consider. They need to refer to the table 6. This is a residual risk register. So all the information will go to safety and file. So this is a table 6, geotechnical existing infrastructure. This is all the consideration we must consider during the design stage. Okay, this one is detailed design, DRA2. Oh, so this one this residual risk, and this one is table 7 and table 7A, all the parameters that we need to consider. Okay, this one is TRA3 performed by the contractors. So the contractors also must have the knowledge. This one is the residual risk. Okay, so the contractor knows that there is, for example, deep excavation. So the risk rating is rate 15. Information on the residual risk given with protection, residual collapse risk remains and all that. So this one action required by principal contractors. This one the tables 8 and table 8A. Okay, what is a CPP? CPP, these contractors need to prepare the CPP before they can start the work. Meaning after appointed, after they receive the LEA, they need to come up with the DRA3 and the CPP. Okay. So this is the flow. What is safety and file required under Regulation 14, maintained by PD is principal designer, and updated by PC, record safety info for handover, support safe operation and future maintenance. Agriculture example is irrigation, palm log, grain silo, entry, SOP, dam inspection, and that. So this one is engineering, civil engineering part that support agriculture. Okay, recommendation. So we need to building knowledge and institutional support, align education with practices. From CDM 2024, a reference panel. So Dodge and industry need to establish, develop CDM 2024 digital knowledge if the universities have the intention to contribute to the industry. So this is the right time. So because industry need to have something to refer. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Builder Hafizul Amin and Builder Abdul Aziz, for that very insightful presentations. We will now open the floor for the question and answer sessions. So if you have any question, please raise your hand and our teams will bring the microphone to you.
Inside for the agriculture because almost actually many industries feels that CDM is not applicable to their industries, not their duty. Construction interpretation based on law, it also covers maintenance. Not this daily maintenance or greeting, right? No, but for example, our palm oil batteries need to replace the conveyor belting, for example. So we need to appoint the contractors, these vendors and all that. So now from that issues, apply the CDM.
Yeah, that's just basically my question because I wanted to ask. It's already been answered. CDM and Regulation 2024. So basically, it implies to all industries, isn't it? Including agriculture. So how's the implementation and who oversee this? Means do you need to appoint a contractor or basically a safety and health manager that going to do it all?
the SKE, skill, knowledge, and experience. They need to know how to prepare the design risk assessment. Because in the CDM Regulation 2024, also incorporated in Schedule 1 is GPP. So all the possible risks must be assessed through the GPP, general prevention, principle of prevention, and the GS, the consultant that control the cost, project cost, need to come up with the cost, but decision by the client. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, Mr. Abdul Aziz and Mr. Hafiz, thank you so much for your sharing based on the importance of CDM. So I have one question. Do you have any example of success implementation of CDM in the industry, especially in agriculture?
What I understand, agriculture, no,
Not yet.
not yet. So this is a good opportunity for you, Mehmet, to explore. To explore because before CDM regulation come into the force, those have come up mostly occupational safety and health in construction management guideline in 2017. And this involvement from the professionals and contractors from the industries uh, based on those, because that time is they have proceed with its pilot project. But for the pilot project, Ocean pilot project, mostly is in the construction, condominium, school, and all that. There is a 10 pilot projects. Unfortunately, there are no agriculture. So this is the good opportunity.
So maybe the educator here can add in your capstone project in terms of this construction design management regulation. So this is the opportunity, like my colleague said. So we hope that the extension of the knowledge from the construction to the agriculture in terms of CDM will be increased start from today. So this is the opportunity. Thank you.
And then some more, actually, in many programs, we have highlighted, and some of the journals also mentioned that all the higher learning institutions must incorporate this PDM into their modules.
So once again, thank you, Mr. Hafizul Amin and also Mr. Abdul Aziz for your sharings and contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we now continue with our keynote session. Siti Karuni Sabejo, Professor from Departments of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University Putra Malaysia. Professor Dr. Siti Karuniza is an esteemed researcher in machine learning, currently serving as the Director of Institutes of Plantation Studies, and she has over 170 publications and numerous awards to her name. Throughout her career, She has secured more than 6 million in research grants, collaborated widely with industry leaders such as Sandabi Plantations, Malaysian Palm Oil Board, MPOV, FGV, FERCRA, and MARDI, and established international linkages with Massey University, New Zealand, and Guangzhou Institutes of Geography, China. She was also awarded Circa Regional Professorial Chair in 2022-2023, reflecting her recognitions as a regional leader in agricultural innovations. Her keynote today is titled Cross-Disciplinary Collaborations for Resilient and Sustainable Agriculture. Please welcome Professor Technologist Dr. Siti Karim Zabejo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the nice introduction about myself. So, Alhamdulillah, once again, thanks to the organizer for inviting me to come here today to share and also to give some kind of the overview about the topic today is on the cross-disciplinary collaborations for resilience and sustainable agriculture. Okay, this is the outline. Basically, on the basic of the introduction, understanding about the resilience and sustainable agriculture, power of cross-disciplinary collaboration, such as the case study for the smart disease management system, way forward, and finally the conclusion. So I think all of you are already aware in terms of the challenges that we face in agriculture. There's a lot of things. So basically in terms of the food security, so the food security is actually relate with the population is expected to reach 10 billion, which is requires 30% of the increase in food production. Other than that, climate change, you can see today, sometimes today is raining and then tomorrow it will be very hot. So it is like, not like before. So what happened is that it then will affect in terms of the production, in terms of the pollination, in terms of the area of the agriculture area itself, and also pest and disease. And then land degradation. So actually 1/3 of the world's soils are degraded, which means that it reduces the fertility. So in this case, are you going to give a lot of fertilizer, which then after that will affect the condition of your soil and then brings other issues. Population growth, as what I mentioned, all people needs to eat, to live, okay? So these are some of the issues in agricultural challenges, and also followed by the others like labor shortage, okay? So especially after COVID, you can see that it's quite hard to get labor. And then agriculture is not like the work that we do in the office with aircon and so on. So how we can attract our youngsters to join? And for your information, most of the farmers are in a golden age, all right? So it's more than 60 years old, okay? So that one is from the statistic of the DOSM. So that are the challenges, but we need food in order to live and also to support our economy. So due to that, in Malaysia, we can divide the agriculture sector into two. The first part is for the industrial commodity, which means that, for example, for the palm oil, cocoa, and also rubber, that is the main thing. And then after that, we also have the agri-food commodity, which means, for example, paddy that you eat, the rice, vegetables, fruits, fisheries, and also livestock. So all of this actually relate or refer to the different types of the policy. For example, for the agro-industrial commodity, it relate with the not the AKN policy. And then for agro-food commodity is DEN. Okay. So now, this is the scenario in Malaysia. Hunger, poverty, and nutrition in Malaysia. So for example, there are 900,000 Malaysians are hungry. Okay. And then at the same time, 3 out of 3 Malaysians don't have enough money to buy food. And 52% of households are low-cost flats in Kuala Lumpur, lack money for food, and 2.1 million Malaysians face severe food insecurity. With the food spending for the different level of the people in Malaysia, so for example, for B40, it is around 25 ringgit per day, M40 is 44 ringgit per day, and T40 is 76 ringgit per day. And of course, actually, the most important part is you need to make sure that you eat healthy food. However, the price of healthy food is very pricey. Okay, so the price is pricey. So in that part, because if you eat unhealthy, so you have a poor quality, low nutrition food and long-term health impact. And we also have the issues of the obesity. Children under 5 years old are stunted, and because of that, it's also due to low income. And at the same time, we also have the issue of the food waste. Okay, so this is the scenario in Malaysia. All right. So now we need to know the definition of the food security. Okay. So in terms of the food security, actually the definition is on the situation where everyone, all times, have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and preference for an active and healthy life. So it's not only you need food to eat, but at the same time, you need food which is healthy, nutritious. And then at the same time, it's not only you need to plant a lot of food, but it is at the same time because the food itself, or you try to increase the economic aspect of the farmers, of the people, so then we can buy a good food in terms of the food security. So because of that, it is based on the availability, accessibility, usability, and also stability. So now, with the topic resilient, okay. So in agriculture food system, it means that it's being able to cope with the stress, such as what I said, climate change, economic instability, pests and pandemics, and still ensuring food security and sustainable livelihoods. In terms of the sustainable agriculture, it is sustainable, focused on the producing food, fiber, and other agriculture products that meets 3 things basically: meets the current needs, protect the environment, support economic viability, and ensure future generation can also meet their needs. So not only the food is available, but we also have our responsibility to the planet. We also have as our responsibility to the social. So because of that, in short, it is about balancing productivity, environmental health, and also social well-being. So I go to the palm oil. Why palm oil? Because it's not only in terms of the content itself, contents of the oil itself that can be used in many things. Okay, it's not only for cooking, but also a lot of things which is possible, a lot of products. Okay, and then at the same time, it is main of the contributor for the economic in plantation or in agriculture. Okay, because of that, it is source of income to our farmers basically, and also to Malaysia basically, because there is a lot of plantation industries. Yeah, and as what I said, it support the livelihoods. The industry sustains employment opportunities and support rural communities. Okay, so for the palm oil, they have the concept of the 3 P's of sustainable palm oil. So basically, it is about the planet, productivity, and also people, as what I said. So for the profit, it ensures economic viability and high yields through good management and also proper crop protection practices. For people, of course, to promote community well-being by providing jobs, income, and also social development. For the planet, to protect biodiversity, reduces deforestation, and promotes efficient land use. So this one is actually quite a big issue in the world, but at the same thing, actually, we did our best basically in protecting the planet. Okay, so sometimes it's more towards the political issue. Okay, so now, as what I said, actually the issue in terms of the productivity, you want to have the high yield so that it can be used, for example, for production, and then at the same time to cater your economic. Okay, so in terms of that, we need to have the proper crop protection system. So because without crop protection, natural enemies such as weed, pests, insect, and disease would reduce our food supply by around a third. So this is kind of the waste of money and also resources. So there is a lot of challenges in pest and disease, but the most important part are basically, for example, in terms of technical, for early detection. Okay, so early detection is very important because when you can detect the pest and disease at early stage, you can do a lot of prevention. Okay, so based on that prevention, for example, you can prevent it from spreading, you can reduce your pesticide or fungicide, okay, to treat that pest and disease, and then of course at the same time it's more safety to the environment. So at the same time, in terms of technical challenges is scalability issues, all right, because when we are dealing with the plantation, it is very huge. Okay, so you can imagine that, for example, 10 to 100 hectares. Okay, and then how can you do the detection very effectively? Because in this time, I mean, normally, even in the plantation companies, they put kind of the sampling. Okay, it's not the whole area. It's just sampling. Based on that sample, then you can have, I mean, for example, sensors. Okay, is it low, high, or no infection? Okay, and then of course we need a rapid assessment. So other than that, environmental and biological complexity. So this one is due to the overlapping symptom. The symptom is the same. So how can you really identify this is for this and or that is for what? Okay. And socioeconomic and institutional barriers, awareness and skill. This one can be solved by training and so on, and then practical field issues, rapid spreading, and so on. Okay, so these are the challenges. Even though I can say that it's quite narrow because it goes to the pest and disease, but a lot of things need to be done, and then at the same time, a lot of expertise needed to solve this issue. So I just list down the major pests and disease in oil palm. So basically, the first one is basal stem rot. In the oil palm industry, we call this as the cancer because they will go to the, I mean, when it's infected, it will slowly reduce the health condition of the tree itself, right? So the effect is that the potential economic loss is 7,000 ringgit per hectare per year. And then the yield loss is 43 to 68% on infected palms. While leaf-eating caterpillar, so this one is basically bedworm, for example, it is 400,000 per hectare per year, and yield loss is 30 to 44% in 2 years. They put in 2 years because, for example, if they eat the leaf of the oil palm itself, and then in severe case, it takes like 2 years to recover. Okay, so the leaf to have like to become a leaf again, and then to produce the food, and then to produce the FFB, recovery process is around 2 years time. And then it is like rhizostomus beetle. So in this part is that 5,000 ringgit per hectare per year, and yield loss is 53% in the first year harvesting. And at the same time, right, it's like 1,400 hectare per year with the yield loss of 7 to 10% of all yield. Okay. So I will share with you some of the project that we did about the smart disease management systems. And this one is actually under MOHE grant under LRGS, Nanomite. So the main objective of the research is to develop a complete solution, okay, for detection and control of Ganoderma boninense through smart farming employing nanosensor and smart nano delivery system. So it's quite big. I can say that it's a big project, and it consists of 4 sub-projects, which means that in that sub-projects, the project number 1 is based on the lead by UPM on the nanosensor for early detection of Ganoderma and soil quality for control of the related disease. And project number 2 also for the nano delivery. So how can you deliver in terms of the treatment itself, fungicide, for controlling Ganoderma. Project number 3, lead by Unimed, basically, Prof. Uda, if you know. Okay, last time. So this one is nano biosensor fabrication for nano sensing and control of Ganoderma. And project number 4 is application of the nano delivery systems in smart farming for actual detection and control of Ganoderma boninense. So basically number 4 is led by myself. Okay, so because it's like interdisciplinary, right? So I come here that to show that what kind of field of expertise which is related in this topic, for example. Even though you just see about the treatment, detection, and also treatment. That is like a simple way. So basically, the field of expertise involve nanotechnology and nanomaterials, okay? And then, of course, this one is due to the solutions that we provided, okay? And then plant pathology and microbiology. This is based on the sensing in terms of the issues of the Ganoderma itself. And then agricultural biotechnology. It is more on the genetic, molecular science, and so on. And then analytical chemistry and biosensing. This is for the development of nanosensor and also soil quality, smart farming and precision agriculture. We use the technologies of the IoT and also data-driven decision support systems in order to predict the Ganoderma, chemical engineering, material science, and electrical and electronic engineering because we involve the sensor, okay? And soil science and agronomy because the source of the infection itself from the soil. So we try to monitor the quality of the soil. So you can see that various fields of expertise involved to solve the issues of the Ganoderma or pest and disease. Okay. So we did the partnership with Unimed, for example, as what I said, it is more on the sensing or electronic part. And then Manchester University and also Massey University. This one is more kind of the sensing. And other industries, I mean, in the oil palm industries, this one is for the validation and also to seek for the knowing the actual condition or situation in the field. So we have SD Guthrie, previously known as the Sandabi, and then Sandabi Yayasan, Yayasan Sandabi into OB, Mimos, and also Ferrocarbohydrate. So just try to highlight in terms of the output that we get. So basically, we have prototypes for the electrochemical and ENOS sensor. This one is more on the sensing part, and MyGano is more on the online systems that we use to detect or to provide a platform for the imaging detection part. Diljector is for the delivery, and then NanoLab on chip fabrication. Nanoderma is based on the solution of the fungicide and also microfluid. So other than that, we also have the pattern on the process for producing fungicide, nano-learning systems for controlling Ganoderma disease and composition thereof. So of course, yeah, in the research we need a publication and so on. So a lot of papers and also conference that we join, and the number of students is 21. Okay, it's quite huge grant, but I can say that successful in terms of, because we are collaborate with different field of study. Okay, so I can say that the things that I presented before is some of the examples that we did. Okay, in terms of the very, I mean, I can say that um, uh, science based. Okay, because you have a molecular and so on. But now I would like to highlight what has been highlighted in the DAN 2.0, which is the policy, and also DKAKN 2021-2030. All right. So what has been highlighted is, one of it is in terms of the technology adoption. Okay. So we're aware that actually there's a lot of things can be done with technology. And then we're aware about the IR 4.0 that has been, yeah, people talking about it. All right. But at the same times, I mean, the government also aware that we are lack of technology adoption is highlighted in that DAKN and also DN, yeah. So basically the first part is actually low technology adoption, which is limited use of smart farming, IoT, automation, and modern R&D, leading to low productivity. Okay. And then technology innovation gap, of course, slow adoption, weak R&D, commercialization, and lack of IR 4.0 solutions, and data intelligence, absent of real-time data, and weak monitoring or analytics. So this is the things that been highlighted. And now I try to bring together that some of the things that we did in terms of the pest and disease management by using a digital technology. So basically the same thing, I try to highlight again, what are the fields which is involved. It involves the agriculture science, plant pathology to understand pest disease and crop responses. It is important because sometimes, yeah, we have the technology provider, but we are not sure what is happening at the ground. We're not sure how the things happen. We are not sure how actually the interaction, or how practical is that the solution that you want to provide. So because of that, it's very important to have them. And then entomology, okay, and plant protection. This one is specific for the pest identification and control strategies. Remote sensing and geospatial science. This one is people from the technology. So for example, if you handle a huge area, how can you use the drones, satellite images, and GIS for field monitoring? What are the limitations, for example, in terms of the connectivity, maybe in terms of the how fast is that the process and so on. And then imaging technology, because this is based on the things that we can see. So how computer vision can help, how sensors based on the images such as RGB, multispectral, hyperspectral, and also thermal to help us in terms of the automatic detection. AI and machine learnings, more on the how we can train the computer to understand the things happen. Data science and analytics, big data, IoT in terms of the real-time data collection, or you can collect anytime that you want for the data. And bioinformatics or system biology links digital signals with plant physiological responses at molecular or cellular levels. So in that part, so yes, how the digital technology can be applied in pest and disease management. So basically the process is the same. I can say that almost the same if any kind of the problems that we face. So basically for the first part, like we have a crops, of course we want to sense the properties of the crops or properties of the, for example, soil in that area itself. So in that case, for example, you can use various types of sensors. Could be imagery, could be soil, or could be any kind of the sensors which is available that can capture the things which is relate with the condition of your plant, for example. And then after that, it could be like the platform. It depends. Either you need at the aerial platform, you need at the satellite platform, or actually basically the ground. Okay, because it depends. I can say that it depends on the requirements that is needed. Because for example, if you do kind of the modeling for the environment condition, yes, you have the government weather station, okay, but sometimes it's too far from your study area, then it will affect the result itself. So you need to know that what are the coverage which is needed. Is it okay to have like, basically, for example, you need like 5 meter, okay, or maybe 5 kilometer. 5 meter is very small. So is it that is like that? And also depends. For example, if you want to use the satellite, it's okay if you want to monitor the whole area with the indicator. I mean, not specific one for one tree. Indicator on the occurrence of the disease, that is fine. So then people will go to the ground and then check and then maybe fly to have more detailed data. So algorithm, as what I said, they try to learn based on data that we capture, okay, to predict and also to classify, for example. And actuation is, for example, for the robot and drone. So maybe we can see a lot of things basically for the spraying. That one is kind of the some of the activation, but I'm not sure either like the best part if you have a map, dedicated map, which means that showing that this area with this amount of fungicide, for example, that is very good, which is related with the VRT. So I just come through some examples on the basal stem rot disease. Yeah. So as what I said, this is the economic loss, 7,100 ringgit per hectare per year, with the yield loss of 43 to 68% on infected farms. Okay, so here, this is in nursery and this is at the plantation. Okay, so in the nursery field, basically in this part, even though it is green here, but it's actually this one is already being infected by the BSR. Okay, but you cannot see by your eyes. Okay, so that is the issue because it's at the early stage. Okay, and then for this part is the at the plantation area. You can see that this is a healthy, okay, and this is like mild, and this is and so on. Okay, so in this part, basically, sometimes, I mean, might be this one is quite clear, but sometimes the physical appearance is the same. Okay, you just can see that, for example, to confirm in terms of the mushroom, I can say at the basal part, which is at the near the trunk. Okay, but I mean the leaf is almost the same. So that is the issue in terms of detecting the at the early stage infection. So basically for the human inspection, so it relies on the symptom, visible symptom. Of course, could be some error. And then it is very timely. For example, for nursery, duration 2 days per nursery. And then plantation, 2 days per hectare. Random sampling is not one by one. So now I can show you that that is the root of the infection. So this one is actually mold infection based on from the soil, basically, soil-borne disease, okay, for the Ganoderma. So when the root is touching and then it will spreading, okay. So what happened is that destroy transportation route of nutrient and water. And after that, basically, if you can see the effect of the leaf, sometimes people say that it's quite late, okay, but it depends if your sensor can have very powerful, so then you can see the difference. Okay, now for the early detection. Okay, so this interesting part is early detection. As what I said, how can you detect even though your eyes cannot see the things? Okay, so basically in this part, we try two methods, okay? So the first part is based on the spectral properties or the leaf color, I can say. And then the other part is based on the soil condition. So for the leaf spectral properties, we use the hyperspectral camera. And then for the soil, we use the IoT, which means that with the moisture, EC, and also temperature. Okay. And then we analyze the data. So in this part, basically for the oh, you cannot move. Sorry. Okay, so basically for this part, yeah, spectral curve for the vegetation previously. Maybe I'm not sure. Is it I miss any slide or not? I think it's same, right? Next. Okay, next. Okay, yeah. So basically in this part, what we did is that we try first we would need to check in terms of the because it is aerial view, we need to know that is it okay to have only one leaf? One leaf means front number one only, or front number one and front number two. Okay. And then because the hyperspectrals, there's a lot of bands. Okay. So are you going to use the whole bands? I mean, in total that I have is 126 bands. Are you going to use those 126? It's not economical, right? So because of that, we try to reduce that with by reducing from time to time. I mean, different numbers, right? And then we use different types of the machine learning models and then try to reduce again. And then from the machine learning, which is like semi-automatic, we try to make it automatic, which means by using a deep learning. Okay, that is the process step by step that we test. Okay, so the next one. Okay, so you cannot move. Okay, so the next one, I just give you idea on the ideal spectral reflectance, or let you know how the fundamental concept of the hyperspectrals, so then you can see that the things can be applied in any study that you want. Okay, because maybe we have a different kind of study, but the key point here is in terms of the technology, in terms of the capability of the hyperspectral itself in sensing. So basically in this part, for example, normally for the healthy vegetation, this is the curve, okay? So basically for the visible, okay, this is like the things that you can see from your eyes. Any change in pigmentation, so it's possible to detect by using visible images or RGB. But anything that you cannot see, but actually something happened meaning that when you compare the healthy and unhealthy, there is a difference in terms of the internal. Okay, so you can use the NIR. Okay, so the NIR is actually like 700 to 900 nanometer. And then after that, anything with the water absorption, you can use the SWIR, which means that one is 1.3 plus plus. Okay, so this is depends on the capability. Even for example, you want to buy the camera, so you need to know what are the spec basically to meet the needs that you want. Okay, the things that you want to sense. That is the most important part. Okay, next one. Okay, so this is the result basically in terms of the healthy and unhealthy. So you can see here, this part, I mean, the 710 to 950, that one is NAR. So you can see that the difference between the healthy and unhealthy. So we say that are the bands that you're gonna use in terms of detection. As compared to the other bands, I mean, all of those things are overlap. Okay, so so previous one. Oh, sorry, sana eh. Okay, So the previous one, So for this one, this is summary of the result. So basically, you can see that first, what we get is, yes, we can use both fronts, front number 1 and front number 2. Why we want to check this? Because different fronts will have a difference in terms of the chlorophyll content, right? So because it's like younger and also maybe a little bit older. So if you have to use, based on this study, so you don't have to do kind of segmentation, because from the aerial view, you can see the 1 and 2. So then you can use it all. And then after that, based on that, we see that band NIR, and then we can reduce the 94 to 100%. And then after that, even our automatic detection without segmentation, we can obtain 91.72. Even though you see that this one, for example, maybe you want to say that, oh, this one is 100, but you imagine that the number of bands here are so many, okay, which means not economical. But in this part, is actually we just use the NIR band, okay, and then it is like automatic detection, and it is possible to have that. Okay, all right. So basically, in this part, I just want to highlight we did a collaboration with Prof. Ian from Massey University. So basically, Prof. Ian helping us in terms of the hyperspectral sensing, and then at the same time, of course, they also use the UAV technology and also strengthening in precision agriculture application. So basically, yeah, Prof. Ian is not doing the pest and disease, but of course, in terms of the sensor itself, they use for the other things, for example, in terms of the nutrient management. So then when we learn about the capability of the sensor itself, so we know that how it can be used or can be applied in other things. Okay. So next is in terms of the early detection by using the IoT. So in this part, basically, as what I said, I use a different types of the sensor that capture moisture content, and then EC, and also temperature. So in this part, we managed to detect the Ganoderma as early as 12 weeks, okay, or 3 months after infection with 98% accuracy. Okay, if you are dealing with IoT, maybe you are quite familiar in terms of the challenging part. Of course, yes, you have a lot of data. Okay, then you want to think which data that you want to use. You can capture every minute, every second. It depends. Okay, so because of that, at the same time, first we try to check that is it the moisture content, EC, or temperature? What are the combination? And then we found that the combination of all three aspects are important in order to get a good result. And then we used the original data. And then for the data redaction, we just use the continuous 6 hours data to give the significant. And then we are not collecting every day, but we just collect 3 days data. Okay, so then you can reduce the data. So the process, I can say that it's quite tedious if it is first time, but of course you need to do that. Okay, and then we implemented the system at the Sandabi Banting. So in this part, we install, and then at the same time, we also have the delivery. Okay, so this one is the tank for the fungicide. Okay, so of course, the strategic partnership is with the SD Guthrie to support our soil scientists study area and also field technical assistant. And then maybe I can move further in terms of the detection by using the laser scanner. Okay, so in this part is actually, yeah, based on the manual inspection, they try to check the condition or physical condition of the plant. For example, the number of spears, okay, open, unopened, the size of the canopy, and so on. So then after that, we did this. And then, of course, we tried based on the point cloud data, we analyze, okay, in terms of the canopy, and then also in terms of the, angle between front, because with the idea is that if it is like severe, there will be less front. So then the angle will be higher as compared to the healthy one. Okay. So in this part, we just use the TLS, okay, because this one is like our first approach to see the capability of the method itself. So it is ground, and then from there, we do the analysis, and also by using a machine learning technique. And we map the result by using the IAGRIS online application. So after getting the data, and then after we said that we can obtain like, for example, for the 4 severity levels, 85%. So we also collaborate with the Polar Star Space Co Japan. So this one is they try to upscaling the detection, okay, or scaling up the detection. Meaning to say that if you can see the previous one is on the ground, which is, I can say that not practical, yeah, because it's per tree. But that one is like, we want to check the potential usage of that LiDAR. So because of that, with this, they help us to fly the study area and then do some kind of the processing, okay, to check the capability, okay. And then others is more on by using also the multispectral and thermal imagery. Okay, so in this method, so basically we fly and then we use different types of vegetation index. And then from there, we try to detect. Okay, so we also can obtain high value of the F1 score. But the challenging part here is actually in terms of the thermal images, because thermal very sensitive to the environment. Okay, so you have to be careful in terms of the data collection, to make sure that there is no issues in terms of the environment impact. So we did this with Carberhat, the support in terms of detection at the plantation study area and field technical support. And after that, we also did this. You can see, for example, this part is like, this is the healthy. The healthy one is like, the color is quite, low one. And then this one is unhealthy, yeah, because it's like a very, color of the hot. But also actually it depends on the legend that you use, okay? So in this part, we did with the MPOB for the plant pathology and census operation. That is the support that they provided. And also the SIMDABI in terms of the census process, study area, and also field technical support. And after that, we also did the bedworm infestation. So in this part, if leaf-eating pest, so basically the loss is 4,000 ringgit per hectare per year. Okay. So in this part is actually we need to understand the cycle of the bedworm, and then at the same time that actually the most crucial part is at the early stage, which means that first and second stage. Yeah. So we did the detection automatically by using machine learning and also deep learning. And then we also fly in order to check the severity infection of the area, because normally for the MPOB, they do scouting per tree, sampling basically, not per tree. But from there, they will, put the condition, is it low, high, medium, or severe? So we try to imitate that, but by using the UAV technique. So in this part, we can obtain very high of the 99% of the F1 score. Okay. So these are us with the MPOB, Dr. Masmira, and then during data collection. So basically they are from the entomology and plant protection group. Yeah. So this is the ideal condition of the smart pest and disease management system. So then, for example, you can imagine that might be you have the apps can detect at the ground, and then from there you can have like alarming system. So then you can fly to the area to see other places which is infected. At the same time, you can also monitor by using a satellite images, which means that more larger area. Okay, and then of course all of those will be happening or will be displayed in the dashboard, and then you produce the biological fungicide. This one is actually to protect the environment. Okay, so just want to highlight the next generation of the technology. So you can maybe all of you also aware of the 1010 My STIE. So in this part is actually how the technology can help the agriculture, how the evolving of the technology at the same times can produce other aspect of the industry. So this one is effect of the modernization or modernizing agriculture to other socio-economic. Okay, so you make modernize. For example, you can have a new company. For example, with the drone company that we have now, there's a lot of companies, right? So impact of cross-disciplinary collaboration, of course, interconnected systems. You can see that a lot of things that, I mean, maybe one issue, but you need a lot of expertise to solve that issue because it relates to the environment, technology, economies, and also society. And then we need to provide holistic solution. So the collaboration can help us to overcome this issue. And then the innovation. Innovation is not only innovations in terms of product, but also social innovation. Social innovation meaning to say that the human, for example, our end user is farmer. How farmer can use our technology, how farmer can benefit our approach or innovation that we provide. So because of that, we need holistic agriculture solutions. And then I just want to let you know that, for example, in my institute, we cover the whole thing. I mean, holistic. So the first part, basically, for example, this one, sustainable agronomy and crop protection, we try to improve in terms of the aspect of the soil. We try to improve in terms of the good agriculture practices that can relate with the sustainable part. And then we have the technology, which is mechanization, remote sensing, and so on. And after that, we have the processing and product development. So in this part, you can see that the output of the agriculture itself, what you can do. So is it like only the product of the yield, or maybe at the same time, we also cater the waste to product things. So for example, to produce biochar and so on. And then we also focus on the commodity and also policy. As what I said, we are dealing with the human and then how human can benefit that, how we can know the problems and so on. So I can say that it is holistic agricultural solution. So because of that, other than technology, we also cater the issues of the smallholders to see the social impact and also problems. For example, this one is actually for the oil palm sectors, RSPO. Okay, this one is for more toward the certification. And after that, this one is balance between growth and sustainability with the various, speakers, for example, from the rubber, from the cocoa, and so on. And yeah, way forward, all right? Because I know that it's 46 minutes, I took the time. So the way forward, what we can do, okay? So it's now the action. Maybe before this, I mean, in my previous presentation, I highlighting in the pest and disease, all right? And also the technology. Technology is enabler, okay? So we need to know that in the future, you can see that in terms of the how we can make a sustainable food system, climate resilience, and then at the same time for the rural development. So because of that, I highlight in terms of circular bioeconomy, meaning to say that the things from waste you can produce, either for example as a product, or maybe product in terms of as a fertilizer. So then we can protect our environment. At the same time, we can increase the rural development and regenerative agriculture to make sure that our land is healthy. Okay, so these are the things, of course, needs cross-disciplinary collaboration and digital technology and biotech as the enabler. So this is just to highlight, for example, systematic framework for the circular bioeconomy, focus area, any agricultural residues, we try to convert to the bioenergy, bioplastic, fertilizer, and nutrient recycling, sustainable chain that reduce dependency of fossil-based input, and a lot of innovation can be made from there. And for the regenerative agriculture, yes, as what I said, we need to improve the ecosystem. We need to improve in terms of the aspect of the soil and also the environments of the things that for our plant. Okay, so in conclusion, what I highlight in my presentation is actually resilient and sustainable agriculture is only possible through cross-disciplinary collaboration. You can see that there's a lot of approach to solve this issue. And of course, it is in a different field. And then of course, I hope that this is some of the platform. I mean, the IAGRIS is actually one of the platform for us to share knowledge. Okay, so we try to break silos, embrace partnership, and also work towards food systems that are future ready. So with that, thank you very much. No,
Thank you very much, Professor Technology Dr. Siti Karunizabejo, for delivering such a meaningful keynote address. We will now open the questions and answer sessions. So if you have any question, please raise your hand and our team will bring you a microphone.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for your great sharing. I really admire your success story in working with a cross-disciplinary team. As we know that to go far, we work with teams, right? So could you please share with us, not so young researcher right now, how to get a good strategic partnership that have a same mission to work on very big project and promising project. Thank you.
Right. So so basically, yes. Okay, so yeah, so in order to get a strategic partnership is quite, I mean, it's quite challenging, right? Because you want to know the people, is it like in the same agenda? Okay, because if different I mean direction is quite hard. So basically what I can say that of course sometimes yeah, through the conference you meet people and then know each other, at least you just get a contact. And later, because yeah, in our scenario for the researcher, we are depending on the grant. Okay, so because of that, I can say that it's quite hard to loan. Okay, so sometimes we just keep the business plan and then later we collaborate. That one is one way. Basically, if a person is
about your opinion about what do you think the
Sampai dah masa. Sampai dah
Dia stay dia
here in Bunga Meluru, hotels free Pacifics and are also accessible via Gmail and YouTube live feed. Kindly remind, after the parallel session concludes, we will have closing ceremony in the same room, starting at 4:45 p.m. We encourage all participants to remain with us for the closing ceremony. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Noor Hadijatana Abide to take charge and guide us through the session. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Second International Agriculture Revolution Symposium, IAGRIS 2025. Thank you for joining us for this presentation session. Our topic of presentation will cover various tracks, including sustainable food and agriculture,
smart farming and Internet of Things, green energy and environment, agricultural waste management and utilization, agricultural mechanization and automation, and lastly, crop fisheries and livestock production technology. The topic of this symposium is more relevant than ever, and we have an incredible lineup of presenters who will be sharing their studies with us. So before we dive in, a quick note on the format. We will have a series of presentation where we allocate around 10 minutes for presentation, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A session, where you will have the opportunity to ask your question. And now, without further ado, let's get started with our first speaker. Our first presenter is Senior Technologist R.D. Sulino Muhammad Muslim Time from University Malaysia Perlis. He will be presenting his paper, Comparative Analysis of NG Boost and SG Boost for Added Amount Fertilizer, NPK Prediction, Uncertainty Estimation, and Model Performance in Precision Agriculture under the track of Smart Farming and IoT. Please join me in welcoming Senior Technologist R.D. Sulino.
Thank you. I start now? Oh, yeah. I start now. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ediswino bin Muhammad Sintan. Today I would like to present my research. One at the Orchard one at the Museum Memplang Kuala Salah. Here a very good, they have a very good SOP. That's why we collect data from Museum Memplang Kuala Salah, Kedah. Every day they only have 400 tree, but they produce around 8 to 9 ton every season. That's why we want to know how they give the amount of fertilizer. Okay, how much the Harumanian tree absorb the fertilizer. That's why we take the data at the Museum Memplang Kuala Salah. And then the second one we collect at the Guanangkau. This one is the farmer orchard. Because we want to test our models robust or not. That's why we take another data. This one just for one season only. But at the Guanangkau we take at the Museum Memplang we take 2 season. And then my methodology, we start to data collection and then sensor lab validation. We send to the laboratory test soil because we want to make sure that our sensor have a good repeatability. Okay, give a good measurement. Okay, and then we start to data pre-processing. We do the scaling, squeenness, and transformation. This is a little bit different, okay, because we run transformation metric and scaling first before we go to the model development. Some researcher will do direct straightly XGBoost, and then they do the scaling and the transformation metric. We test first, and then we develop the model. Okay, the last one is model evaluation, MEA, RSME, R square, and certainty. Okay, this is a methodology for NGBoost. For NGBoost, after we create the model, then we know the performance of the model when we do the hyperparameter tuning because we want to make sure that our model very robust. Okay, and then we do hyperparameter tuning. For XGBoost, this one we are using the optimization second Taylor expansion, gradient and ascent. Okay, we combine that two optimization to make sure that our models are very robust. For NGBoost, we are using natural gradient for the optimization, and then also we do the hyperparameter tuning. The same hyperparameter tuning and the XGBoost is the same. Okay, we control the subsample, we control the depth, we control the what you call it one? Forgot. And then this one the result. Okay, we can see this one. I just compare the result from the Orchard 1 and Orchard 2. Okay, we can see they had the Orchard 1. The data almost same. Okay, almost same, but a little bit different. Okay, a little bit different there because of at the Orchard 1 range very high compared to the Orchard B. Okay, the total we get around 30,000 data for the Orchard 1 only. Okay, we collect data, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and then soil temperature, soil moisture, pH, EC stage, phenology stage, and then also a rainfall. Okay, after we run the model, we can see here, this is the performance evaluation metric, R square. We focus for R square. We want to know the residual square. You can see here the best one is XGBoost show 0.99. Okay, and then XGBoost 0.99. That means this one, when we receive the result like this, of course, if we are AI person, of course, when we receive the result, this one, we start to red flag. We call this one red flag because it gives the very good result. That's why we assume this one is a red flag, and then we do the validation test. Okay, after we do the validation test, okay, after we do the validation test, we can see here, yes, our models is not the red flag. Our model is a very good model. Then we can see here the score is 0.9984. Okay, and then this one is the residual plot. We want to check our models can compare. Okay, because we take the second Orchard data, we want to know that our model is good or not. We do the residual plot. We want to check the actual value and minus the predicted value because we want to know the non-linearity dengan and the outlier because here have a few outliers. Okay, and then here also we have a prediction error plot. Okay, we can see here very good lines, but we can see here they start from 90%, 90 mg/kg. Why? Because our system, we can, if we see when I do the literature review, most of the researcher they only give the amount of fertilizer into the tree, but they never measure available nutrient at the at the soil at the moment because they just give the soil, but they don't know how much available nutrient at the soil at that time. That's why they start from the 90%. Okay, this one the actual XGBoost prediction. The first one, the first plot compared to XGBoost prediction again the actual value. And then the second one is the second subplot show XGBoost prediction with associated uncertainty bars. And then the third subplot bottom directly compare XGBoost and XGBoost. This one we want to compare the XGBoost and XGBoost prediction. We can see here almost same. All the validate model accuracy. Okay, the key finding, XGBoost achieve higher accuracy with lower MAE, RMSE, and higher R square. And then this one is the best practice for MPK prediction. For XGBoost, we can see here the maximum is 16 mg/kg range for nitrogen, and then maximum 20 mg/kg range for phosphorus, and then the maximum for potassium is 28. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you to Engineer Technologist RD Sulino for those presentations. So we will now open the floor for our Q&A session. So if you have any question, please raise your hand and a microphone will be brought to you. To our online participant, if you have a question, please submit through our chat box in our Google Meet platform. I'll be pulling questions from there.
Question or not understand? Yes.
For the sharing. So I just want to know what are the challenges building the data collection and what can you find based on the data that you collect in the field and before you use it in the to develop the
Model.
model. So because we are aware that biological data uh, is quite crazy sometimes. So maybe you can share what are the things that you did to get the good model.
Okay, thank you. First as all, we not say that's data collection. We call data acquisition. Okay, there's two different. That's a different data acquisition and data collection. For my data collection, of course, we develop the hardware first. Okay, from the version 1 to version 2, now version 3. And then we place the sensor into the here. We place the sensor at position, and then our sensor will read every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, we take the data for 7. Sorry, I'm very sorry. NPK, pH, EC, temperature. Okay, and then rainfall also. Okay, every 5 minutes. But every 5 minutes, every 30 minutes, in 30 minutes, every 5 minutes, they collect the data every 5 minutes, and then after enough 30 minutes, they do the average, and then send into the base station here. Base station here. We are using LoRa communication that our system can receive the data. If we do the sub, we can go around 55 kilometer our range, but here our range is only 3.4 kilometer data. And then after we receive the data, we save into the our base station here. and then one we save at inside the micro controller itself. Okay, because our system have two place to save the data, because we don't know that weather condition. Sometimes it's very heavy raining, okay, and when a very heavy raining, they cannot send the data into the base station, and then our system will save the data into the microcontroller. Yeah, it's very hard to know the 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 sampling data, because every penology stage they are give a different amount of fertilizer. For example, for penology stage for vegetative, they give very high nitrogen and medium potassium and medium phosphorus and very low potassium. Compared to flowering, they give a very high potassium and high phosphorus, very low nitrogen. Okay, then we must when we get the data, we must see the data compare into the SOP standard from the Museum Memplang, Kuala Salah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, technologist, senior technologist LD, for answering this question. Next, we will proceed with our second presenter. So our second presenter is technologist Dr. Nurzatil Ismail Hashim from University Science Malaysia. Her research entitled Automated Rose Farming with IoT and Machine Learning, a real-time predictive irrigation system. Please welcome.
Hai doktor, Dr. Zatil.
Online. Online. So our audience, please be patient as we have encountered some technical issues.
In rose cultivation. Rose farming is an important part of global floriculture as roses are high value crops. However, one persistent challenge is the irrigation. Manual watering often leads to inconsistency, resource wastage, and reduced crop quality. Roses, in particular, are very sensitive to how frequently and how much they are irrigated. This motivates the need for a precise, automated irrigation system that ensures optimal growth while conserving resources. Hence, for this work, Our aim is to develop a real-time, low-cost, predictive irrigation system tailored for rose cultivation. For this work, we set up three main objectives. The first one is to build an Internet of Things or IoT-based real-time monitoring system. Second is to train and deploy a random forest model that predicts irrigation duration. And third, to validate the system in a closed loop setup with skip logic where actuation only occurs when needed. The system architecture of this work consists of four main layers. The first layer is the sensors that capture soil moisture and other environmental parameters such as temperature and humidity. The second layer is the central controller, in this case, the Vision 5.2 RISC-V platform. The third layer is the actuation mechanism, which in this work is the irrigation applied through the water pump. The pump is controlled through a relay module triggered by the Vision 5.2 board, and when irrigation is required, the relay is activated to power the pump for a specific duration. This duration is determined by a trained machine learning model running on the board. The final layer consists of monitoring and predictive control, which enable remote supervision and automated decision-making. In this case, all sensor readings and control actions are published to a public MQTT broker, enabling real-time monitoring and potential manual override. This whole framework allows us to close the loop between sensing, prediction, and irrigation. The methodology follows a sequential flow. First, system initialization and calibration. The system operates in a continuous loop, beginning with the initialization of hardware interfaces and software components. This includes GPIO for relay control, I2C and SP1 for sensor data, and the MQTT client for communication. Next, continuous sensing of soil moisture, temperature, and humidity. The raw moisture reading is converted into a percentage, while temperature and humidity values are collected directly. These readings, along with the preset target soil moisture value, in this case, a random 50% threshold is chosen, are used to form a feature vector that is passed to the machine learning model. Then, the machine learning model makes irrigation predictions. The model predicts the required irrigation time in seconds. If the predicted irrigation time is more than 1 second, the relay is triggered to power the pump for the exact calculated duration. If the predicted time is less than 1 second, the system skips actuation and waits for the next cycle. This threshold prevents unnecessary short activations and reduces mechanical wear. Finally, the system waits for the next interval before repeating the process. To train the model, we manually recorded irrigation times required to raise soil moisture under controlled conditions. Each dataset entry includes 4 input features: ambient temperature, humidity, soil moisture, and a fixed target soil moisture level of 50%. The output is the required irrigation duration in seconds. As a heuristic guideline, 1 second of pump activation was observed to raise soil moisture by about 10%. which we then use as our labeling reference. The dataset was divided into 80% training and 20% testing using a fixed random seed. We train a random forest regression model with 100 trees, optimizing performance with mean squared error MSC as the metric. Once trained, the model was serialized and deployed directly onto the Vision 5 toolboard. Due to package compatibility constraints, a fixed configuration was maintained for this prototype. On the software side, Python was used to configure hardware components and communication protocols. The system interfaces with AUC of 1, where the precision and recall both remain at 1 across all thresholds, so there's no trade-off between false positives and false negative. A full classification report also shows precision, recall, and F1 score all equal to 1. These results are strong, but they reflect a relatively small, controlled dataset, which likely contributed to the perfect scores. Meanwhile, in the end-to-end validation, we successfully demonstrated an MQTT-based telemetry, sensor data acquisition, prediction, and pump actuation with skip logic. The MQTT Explorer interface confirmed that the real-time data was transmitted and that irrigation commands were issued only when necessary. This validates the closed-loop system as functional and reliable in a controlled setting. In conclusion, our work demonstrates that predictive irrigation using IoT and machine learning for rose cultivation is both reliable and low cost. The system enables real-time monitoring and automated water management. However, there are several limitations. The dataset size was small, and the tests were conducted indoors with uniform soil. For future work, we plan to expand datasets across different rose cultivars and outdoor environments, integrating weather forecasting and fertigation, and hopefully to explore solar-powered deployment for greater sustainability. Thank you for your attention, and I now welcome any questions or discussion.
Dr. Ismail Hashim for the presentation. However, we are regret to inform that there will be no Q&A session as our presenter is unavailable to join us for a live discussion. We will proceed with our third presenter, which is also from University Science Malaysia, Technologist Dr. Nur Amalina Abdullah. Under the thread Agricultural Mechanization and Automation, she will be discussing her research on agrophotovoltaic technology for smart farming. Let's give a warm welcome to Technologist Dr. Nur Amalina Abdullah.
My presentation with the title Agrophotovoltaic Technology for Smart Farming. This is the outline for my presentation. We'll begin with introduction, problem statement, objectives, scope of project, literature review, methodology, results and discussion, and conclusion. Okay, as introduction, agrophotovoltaic, or we call APV, is actually the combination of agriculture and photovoltaic. So these are two purpose. We have two purpose perhaps, the growing crops and generating solar electricity, where the sunlight is shared between crops and solar panels. With this condition, it will help us to get both food and energy at the same time. So why we proceed with this project? So the world population grow, we have two big demands in terms of food and more energy. I mean, more food and more energy. But land is limited. So agriculture and energy production often compete each other. EPV offer a solution by combining both on the same land. Our objectives are simple. First, to measure how much solar radiation is received by the panels. Second, to map how much sunlight reach the ground under the panels. This helps us to understand how much energy we can produce and how crops might grow beneath the panels. This is the scope of project. We aim to do it in Kot Dian Kedah. First of all, because my students live there. But despite of that, the conditions at that area is very good for the agricultural aspect with these particulars. Okay, in terms of literature review, we have studied in terms of the agrophotovoltaic system, which is referred to solar farm. And then we also study the solar radiation, the estimation of the monthly average daily global radiation on PV panel. And finally, we also look into the smart farming, specifically in terms of smart solar tracker system. As I have mentioned in previous scope of project, we use Kampung Pering in Kedah as our simulation site. The project is about 3,000 square meter with solar panels tilted at 8.5 degree. Okay, so we run simulation with PV system software to calculate radiation levels for different times of the year. So here, the flow chart that you can see here started with simulation. Then we analyze the energy on panels and ground. So the software help us estimate how much electricity we can generate and how shading affects crops. So more details I will explain after this. This flowchart is perhaps the continuation from the previous slide because it's perhaps a very long steps, very long flow. But perhaps we use PV system software and integrate with agrivoltaic simulation. Here we can see the location of the project and the details regarding the altitude, time zone, temperature, air pressure, and the simulation time that we concern in this project. Okay, in terms of database of the project, we refer in terms of quarter set because it's quite hard to identify the data in terms of each month. So we decided to make it in terms of quarter. So we have 4 quarters here: quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. And the take angle is 8.5 degree, and the orientation is south. Okay, further than that, we also identify the load consumption. Okay, what is load consumption? For example, power of water pump, right? Okay, we use the equation weightage of water pump times operating hour. So here we identify all the important details that we need to consider. For example, number of 2 horsepower water pump, weightage use of water pump, operating hour per day, total power consumption of water pump, and also total power consumption over the day. And this information will help us to get the estimation of load consumption. These two software that we've been used in this project, as I mentioned previously. First, PV Syst software and agrivoltaic simulation. Why we use these two software? Because each of the software have their own advantage and disadvantage. But when combining both, we can get a good result for our project. Okay, in this flowchart, it's mentioned the step by step or the flow, how the system has been used. Okay, because each system has a very detailed step and a bit different among each other. And this is referred to agrivoltaic simulation. Yeah, at the start, at the beginning of the flow, a bit similar. Then it depends on the information and the requirement of us, so we can set the system accordingly. Okay, here what we can see in our screen here is the input. Okay, the input data regarding all the important parameters refer to the PV field and surrounding shading scenes. Okay, with the information, we will going further for more simulation steps and purpose. Okay, here again we refer to the 4 quarter. Actually, we refer to a few literature review, which is mentioned that Malaysia experienced more frequent thunderstorms and heavy rains during the monsoon transition phase from late September to early November. So this is in line with what we have gone through in our experiment, which is in quarter 3 and quarter 4, the value of monthly IPV is reduced compared to the other quarters. Okay, as we can see in this screen here, this is the result of the total solar radiation on ground, or we call it IG. Okay, the average value of IG and the average of fractional irradiance reduction also presented here. We can see that this radiation is the panels. Okay, the panels received high levels of solar radiation. This radiation is converted into electricity, showing that APV system can supply significant energy while also protecting crops from too much direct sunlight. Then, based on both information from IPV and IG, we list down the results analysis that we obtain in terms of the solar radiation, the energy that we can be produced, yeah, the radiance model, and so on and so forth, so that we can use the information for further approach. Here we implement the smart solar tracker system, where by using this tracker system, it can help us to improve the quality and the quantity of output. It can increase the absorption rate of solar radiation by adjusting the best angle of the solar tracker system. And finally, we can optimum radiation reach the ground. Based on what we have seen or discussed previously, we can see the impact of AGV, okay, for the smart farming. So we can say that with APV, we reduce energy costs, increase food production, and even improve farmer income, okay, because we know the exact information at the exact time. So the same piece of land become more valuable, producing both crops and electricity. So this is a very good impact, not just for farmer, but also for the country ourselves in terms of economic and progressive production from the farmer. Despite of knowing the advantages, right, we also had a few limitations of the software. For example, for PV system, data only generate in average monthly, and also the unit data listed in the table cannot be changed according to the user. It is fixed perhaps. And for agrivoltaic simulation, the graph and energy map only simulated for one specific date, so we couldn't adjust on that. And then the simulation result is only for one PV module instead of the whole APV farm. So we can say that we assume that one PV module is can be used to represent the other PV modules used in the APV farm. For future works, of course, we aim that with all the advantages here, especially for the software, we can use directly generate the energy map with the value of PAR. Okay, with what I have presented just now, we can say that agrophotovoltaic system are step forward, okay, and towards the smart and sustainable farming. So this study shows the potential of Malaysia that can adapt and adopt to APV. So this project is perhaps simulation based, but it can prove the concept of works. So that's all for my presentation. Before that, thank you for your attention. I hope all of us can see how one land can provide both food and clean energy. So APV is truly a win-win situation for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nur Amalina Amrova, for the sharing. Now we will open the floor for Q&A session.
Thank you, technologist Dr. Nur Amalina. So in this dulu ni thank you for the presentation, Dr. Nur Amalina. So my question is, should APV can be prioritized in terms of national agri investment policy? Whether you need to consider in terms of financial projection or any resource efficiency in our country.
Thank you, Dr. Firdaus. Regarding the questions, is it reflect to the cost, you mean? Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear clearly. All right, so if we use APV, there might be what to say impact on the cost because to set up and so on, right? But if let's say this work can be realized in actual field, for long term, it will give a lot of benefits and also advantages because, as I mentioned in previous presentation, at one specific land, we don't just focus on the solar farm itself, but we also approach on the what you say the crop, yeah. So, for example, the crop like spinach, chilies, if we concentrate on fully utilizing the place, so we can get two in one, not just develop in terms of the APV and also the farming aspect as well. So we can say that maybe at the first test of the APV approach in terms of the cost, might be there's some amount of cost, but with long terms monitoring and development of the farming itself, it can help in terms of the cost and maintenance itself.
Thank you, Dr. Nur Amalina, for the answer. Do we have any question from the audience? Okay, thank you, Dr. Nur Amalina. So we
Okay,
will
thank you.
proceed.
Welcome.
So we will proceed with our next presenter, Dr. Nur Hasima Mahmud from University Sultan Zainal Abidin. She will be presenting her research on effects of melatonin seed priming in salinity/wet seed corn.
I use this one.
Yes.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to everyone. Hey, that's what. Ni tak payah.
Nanti online tak dengar.
Okay, so I'm Hasima from University of Sultan Zainal Abidin. The title of my presentation, Effects of Melatonin Seed Priming in Salinity Stress Wet Secon. So I think my presentation will be quite different from the rest of presenters because I do not have that fancy engineering part. Okay, so this is a world map of soil affected soils. So we can see that the ones highlighted red are the most affected ones, or the ones with high concentration of salts. Okay, so soil salinity has become a serious problem that in the most recent global symposium salt affected soils that they reported that the annual loss in agricultural productivity caused by soil salinity is about USD 31 million. And it also makes up to 1.5 million per hectare of farmland to be out of production every year. Okay, so you might think that since we are not in the map, it has nothing to do with us, right? But actually, because of global warming, excessive use of fertilizer and poor irrigation, it is estimated that 180,000 hectare agricultural land in Malaysia will be lost with each meter rise of sea level. And also, in 25 years from now, if the soil salinity is not to be dealt with, half of the global agricultural land will encounter salinity issue. Okay, so one of the speaker in the symposium said that we all must learn how to live with salinity because it is happening, and we might not be able to escape it. So what is the effects of salt to plants? Actually, to understand this, you must understand that the difference between normal soil and saline soil is just that the saline soil has more salt, but it is not restricted to sodium and chloride only. So it can be magnesium, potassium, and other types of ion. Okay, so when there is high concentration of salt, water tend to be moved from the plants to the soil, not the other way around. Actually, it should be absorbed, but because of osmosis, this will be lost to the soil. So because of this, it will delay the plant germination. It can cause osmotic and ionic stress, and then also interfere with almost every part of the development and growth. And in the long run, or in agricultural crops, it will reduce crop yield, and then in the end will reduce quality and yield production. Okay, waxy corn. Okay, waxy corn is a type. It's a different. It's a other type of corn. The ones that we consume is normally that we buy is sweet corn, but there are many other types of corn. But to compare waxy corn and the ordinary corn is the difference is that waxy corn has more amylopectin. It's almost 100%. Waxy corn, in Malay we call it jagung pulut. I'm not sure if you have tasted it before, but it is less translucent compared to the normal corn, and it is more used in industry like food industry, the cornstarch, textile, and also in paper industry as adhesive agent. So waxy corn, like any other corn, is a glycophyte. That means it cannot tolerate high amount of salt. And corn itself is well known for its uneven germination and limited seed and emergence. So with the presence of salt, this makes growing waxy corn is more difficult. And then the osmotic and ionic stress can then lead to oxidative stress, which is a secondary stress. So oxidative stress happen when reactive oxygen species is produced. And these reactive oxygen species react with DNA proteins, modify its structure and function, and then mess with the whole development of the cells itself. Okay, now we move to melatonin. So I'm sure you have, you might heard melatonin from the supplement. All right, the melatonin is actually used for sleep problems. But so do not confuse melatonin with melanin. Melatonin is melatonin is a hormone, but melanin is a pigment that produces from melatonin. Okay, so melatonin is known produced by us human animals, but recently it is discovered plants, fungi, and bacteria also produce melatonin. In fact, now it is known as the new plant growth regulator or plant hormone. Okay, so melatonin has been known to reduce oxidative damage in many species like alfalfa, apple, legumes, and in many other crops. But it helps maintain strong roots, reduce growth inhibition, photosynthetic capacity, and so on when exposed to extreme salt stress. So So we want to know what's the effects of melatonin in wet silicon. So what we did is um, the seeds of the wet silicon is primed with melatonin different concentration of melatonin, while the term priming sounds fancy. It's actually just soaking the seeds in melatonin. Okay, and then we did this in hydroponic setting. Why we choose hydroponic? Because that to ensure homogeneous concentration of salt. Okay, so after 14 days, we apply salinity stress, which is simply adding 1.5% salt NaCl into the growth media. And then we collect the data before and after stress. Okay, so this is if you can see here, the hydroponic setting that we did. The limitation of this using this method is that we cannot grow it further. So after 21 days, it will reach the lamp. So that's when we have to stop. And then we collect both destructive and non-destructive data, which is the non-destructive is SPECT value, chlorophyll fluorescence, height, leaf number, leaf length, and root density. And then for the destructive means we have to sacrifice the plants. That means we use the leaf to measure total phenolic compound, total flavonoid compound, MDA compound, malonaldehyde, which is a stress marker, and also the PPH assay to know the total antioxidant capacity. So this one is more on the antioxidant of the plants. Okay, so we found that. So this is the results. In terms of height, there is significant increase of the height of the plant. And then also the leaf number, leaf, but not the leaf time. Maybe because of the duration of the experiment itself. And also we found that it also increased the root density, but not um, not um, not very significant. Okay. So in terms of photosynthetic components, we measure the SPECT value. Not this is not significant, but there is significant difference in terms of chlorophyll fluorescence and also the total chlorophyll content. In terms of oxidative status, for TPC or total phenolic compound, it reduces the phenolic compound, but for TFC, the melatonin increase, and then it also reduce MDA, which is good because the more MDA means the more stressed the plant is. And also the DPPH also we found that the higher melatonin we apply, the lower the IC50 value. Okay, so this is just to know the effects of melatonin before and after salinity stress. So these are the parameters that we could measure before and after. We found that at 150 or the highest concentration of melatonin applied, there is significant increase in terms of height, leaf length, and leaf number, but not in root density. So this result may suggest that melatonin is more critical in the development of shoot part, but not the root part. We also try to find the relationship between. All right, okay. I'm finishing. Okay. This is a relationship between the parameters that we measured. There is a strong positive correlation uh, between leaf length and leaf number, but there is also moderate relationship between these the things that we measured. Okay. In conclusion, we can say that melatonin significantly affect plant growth parameters with 150 showing the most effective concentration. The correlation analysis revealed that there is a moderate relationship between certain parameters, as emphasizing the complexity of melatonin impact on growth and stress response. We also found that total antioxidant capacity increased with melatonin, but for future works, it is important to expand it to yield and production. But that means we have to grow it on field, and then let's see the the growth and the production of the corn crop itself. Yeah. With that, I think acknowledgement. Okay, I can skip this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Nur Hasina Mahmud. So we will open the floor to Q&A session. Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm Buddha. I wonder why you use waxy corn instead of other crops, and do you think, let's say, can we apply this on the actual application? Do you expect this will work on the actual application, in actual one?
All right. Okay. So wet seed. Why? First question is why I use. Why I choose wet seed corn. Actually, the market value of wet seed corn is increasing because of its use in many industry, and then sweet corn is like very common. And then how do I apply it in real situation? Yes, because the seed priming is it is quite cheap to do. I mean, it's just simply by soaking the seed. So for farmers to use this method, we can just supply them with melatonin. So just ask them to soak the seeds with melatonin before they proceed with growing the corn. Okay. I hope I answered that question.
Do you have any other question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nur Hasima. So we will proceed with our next presenter, which is Dr. Intan Solfina Zainal Abidin from University Science Malaysia. She will be discussing an FPGA-enabled smart fertigation platform for precision nutrient delivery in urban agriculture. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Intan Solfina Zainal Abidin.
Hi, my name is Inta Zorfina Zainal Abdin, and today I will be presenting a project titled an FPGA-enabled smart fertigation platform for precision nutrient delivery in urban agriculture. Fertigation is a combination of irrigation and fertilization processes, basically to deliver water and nutrients to plants. So conventional practices uses a lot of manual fertigation system that combines, firstly, a sensor network with microcontroller to perform plant monitoring, and then we also incorporate automation to automate the fertilization process. Previous smart farming projects incorporate sensors such as soil moisture, NPK sensor, and also some in-house colorimetric sensor. And then they also use a few microcontrollers such as Arduino Uno, Raspberry Pi, Node SPU, Node MCU, and also SCADA-based microcontroller. And some of the communication modules includes the GSM and also Wi-Fi. In this project, we used an Phoenix FPGA with the model is titanium TI60 F225, and then we begin with the monitoring system first. So basically, we monitor the plants. In this case, we use chili plants, and then using the NPK sensor to detect the amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium inside the plant. These are all important nutrients that we use to make the plant grow healthily and yielding very healthy fruits and chilies. And then the data from the NPK sensor will go into the Phoenix FPGA collected from there and then transmitted to the cloud using ESP32. So because Phoenix FPGA board do not have any Wi-Fi module embedded inside the board, so we use ESP32 as the Wi-Fi module to upload into the internet. So we use Blink Cloud, the website, and also a mobile dashboard to display our data. So the amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, and also potassium. And then when the when the value detected is below the threshold level, then we will FPGA will activate the fertigation pump, and then to release or to water and also fertilize the plant. So the NPK ratio that we use is 60, 50, 40. 60 is for nitrogen, 50 for phosphorus, and then 40 for potassium. And then how long we activate the fertilizer pump is around for 2 seconds only, because we want to control and not to over fertilize the plants. And then the type of liquid fertilizer that we use is named Air Baja S700 that contains NPK fertilizer. Okay, these are the components for our FPGA-based smart fertigation system. So we have the Phoenix FPGA over here inside a waterproof junction box, and then is connected to the NPK sensor over here, and then the FPGA is also connected to the fertilizer pump. It's inside this fertilizer bottle over here. And then the fertilizer that we use is the Air Baja S700 inside this bottle. Okay, if we look inside the box, the junction box here, we have the Phoenix FPGA, and then it's connected to the ESP32 over here. And then we have the Modbus RS485, which is to convert the analog signals from the NPK sensor. NPK sensor uses RS485 interface signals, and then we convert into digital signal. Then we have around 6 batteries to power up our FPGA, and then we have this relay here. We use this is the NPK sensor that is used, and this is a close-up on the Phoenix Titanium TI60 F225 FPGA board. Well, this is the schematic diagram, and this is how we connect from the FPGA to the ESP32 to the pump module, and then the transceiver and the UART RS485 module. Okay, we used the Blink application, Blink website, and also the Blink app and mobile phone to display our data. So we have divided into different sensor reading. Firstly is the nitrogen sensor reading, and then the phosphorus sensor reading P, and this is the potassium sensor reading, that is a K. Then we count the how many times or the pump frequency that we activate. So and then we fertilize the plant. We have also a manual on and off button over here that we incorporate, so that farmers or users who want to control or maybe want to add extra fertilizer or watering the plants, so they can manually turn on and turn off using this button over here inside the website. And there is also another button at the uh, application, same at the application here. So same, we have the nitrogen, the phosphorus, and also the potassium reading inside the mobile app as well. Okay, so we run a 48 hours prototype evaluation to make sure that the prototype is working correctly and there is no problem with the batteries and the component as well. And so firstly, we detect is whenever the fertilizer value goes below the threshold level, then immediately the water pump is activated, and then it will release the fertilizer, and then the value will shoot up, as can be seen in all the three graphs. They are quite consistent. Okay, then over the 48 hours there will be nighttime and daytime. So we can see, so we started at around 11:30 at night, so it began at nighttime and then go on to day and night and then day again. So what we can see is during night time, so for a few hours the fertilizer value drops very slowly until the morning, and then only it will go after it goes below the threshold level, they will immediately be supplied with fertilizer. So the same thing, so since 48 hours there's 2 nights, so over here and over here we can confirm that it's the same as the night time, where not much activity by the plant took place, so therefore it's more relaxed. So over here we also recorded the pump frequency. So over during night time there is no activation of the pump, so no fertilizer fertigation process happened. So what happened during daytime, there's a 1, 2, 3. So 3 times during daytime we pump the fertilizer. So in conclusion, we have proposed an FPGA-based smart fertigation system that automates irrigation and the fertilization process for the urban agriculture application. So we integrate NPK soil sensor with the Phoenix titanium FPGA board. So it will trigger the pump whenever the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium value fell below the threshold, which we set at 60, 50, and 40. So these are the numbers based on the research we have done based on previous journal papers. So the readings were recorded on the website and mobile dashboard using Blink app. And we did a 48 hours prototype evaluation. So we managed to detect nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium amount accordingly, and then administer the fertilizer liquid. In future, we will plan to extend the testing over longer duration, because 48 hours is quite short. And then we also plan to add other sensors such as temperature, humidity, rain and sunlight to further strengthen our project. Okay, thank you very much for listening to my presentation. And if there is any question, I will try to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Intan Sofina, for the great sharing. Now I'd like to invite any questions from the audience. Thank you for the presentation. Again, I'm Huda. Another question, the MPK sensor. May I know what type of MPK sensor in terms of the model and manufacturer that is being used in this study?
Okay, thank you for the question. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we ordered the sensor from China. Basically, we have a lot of electronic components from China, and it was I think the brand was New Ball. I don't remember the model number. Sorry, but it's a New Ball, NIUBOL, but it's from China.
Thank you, Dr. Intan. Do we have any other question?
Dr. Intan, thank you for your sharing. So I have one question. I found that you said the ratio for MPK is on 60, 50, and 40. May I know whether this is the calibrated value of the lab based results or just purely from the sensor alone? And the second question is that I'm just wondering why you used FPGA board with the ESP32. Why not just use ESP2 and ESP32 alone? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Firstly, what was the question? Wait, the 60, 50, and 40 ratio. So we got the ratio from a journal paper, and then we just follow those ratios and we set into our system. That is the proven suitable fertilizer ratio for a smart fertigation system. So we use that ratio and then set into our system. And then the second question was about
Why use
sorry,
two controller?
why I used to okay. First, we got sponsorship from Phoenix to use their FPGA board into our FYP. So my FYP student, he used the FPGA board as the original controller. But then there was two reasons why we added ESP32. One is for because of some of the signal, because of the from the sensor, it used analog. So we have to convert using RS485 module, and then also add to the ESP32, and then send the trigger signal to from the FPGA. And then another one is because the FPGA do not have a Wi-Fi module. So that's why we need to add ESP32 as a Wi-Fi module to upload data into the internet, to the cloud.
Okay, thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Dr. Intan. So let's move on to our next presenter. So our next presenter is Engineer Technologies RD Sulino Muhammad Muslim Tan from University Malaysia Perlis. So he returns to present his paper on boosting algorithm comparisons for the prediction of added amount macronutrients and PK of Harumanis mango tree technology.
Sebab dalam tu dah memang ada ESP dah. Dah, sebab ni boleh balik lah. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I will continue from my first paper. This one, the second one. My name is Ediswina bin Muhammad Muslim Tan. Okay. Okay, and then I will present this paper, boosting algorithm comparison for prediction added amount of micronutrient (MPK) of Romanes mango tree based on penology stage. That means every penology stage we want to measure how much our machine learning will predict how much we need to add it to the Harumani mango tree. This is my overview. First one, we go for introduction, research problem, literature review, methodology, result, and the last one is my conclusion. Okay, as we know, if we say about Harumanes, I think all of you must know Perlis because Harumanes can produce good size and good Harumanes only at Perlis. We already test at the Johor, but tree can grow but not produce a good size as Harumanes mango. Okay, for Harumanes mango, they have 6 stage. Okay, penology stage. Start from pruning. It's happen on May to June. Okay, and then go to vegetative growth. Here have a 3 stage: vegetative growth 1, 2, and 3. This happen in June to January, and then flowering stage start from January to February. And the last one, fruit development, start to February to May. Each stage have a different amount of fertilizer and different fertilizer rate. Okay, for example, here pruning, we need a very high potassium for the fruit quality. And then, for example, for flowering, we need high potassium and the phosphorus. Okay. Then we need to use machine learning to help farmer to do the predictions. Okay, because we develop a model and then we embedded our model into ESP32-bit because EEG because our sensor already have inside our sensor have a 32-bit signals, and then they send to the ASP also 32-bit, easy to transfer the data. And then why we also use a Modbus. Okay, why we are using Modbus? Because that's a new technology. Now we have a new technology after CAN bus. Now is Modbus. Modbus is a very fast data transfer. Around 21 bit can go around 0.2 microsecond only. That's why we are using a Modbus. Okay, this is my research objective. We start to investigate the potential of 4 permanent boosting algorithm that AGBoost, like gradient boosting, and ADA boost. Okay, if don't ask me where is cat boost, because cat boost we are not using for the regression. This one for regression, cat boost for the classification. Okay, and then the second one to predict the amount soil nutrient in context of Aromanium mango cultivation. And the last one to identify the robust and accurate prediction model that can assist farmer and agriculture practicing. Because the last stage we develop a 38 set of device, and then we give to the farmer to use that our device. And then the result for the 38 farmers, the minimum increase is 2,000%. For example, last season they get around 100 kilo. This season they get on 1 ton using our system. Okay, this is my research problem. Currently, practice from farmer, they are using their personal experience. For example, last year they give 1 kilo. This year also they give 1 kilo to the tree, but they don't know how much the amount of fertilizer at the soil, available at the soil. Then this one, we also the same. I think all if we plant a tree, we also have this problem. How much NPK amount do we need to add? Okay, for example, I have a 400 tree for Romanian mango. Okay, this is my first question. When I give to, I want to give the fertilizer, and I don't know how much need I give to the tree. Okay. Then this is my literature. I split into the 7 literature review, starting from Harumanis mango tree cultivation in Northern Peninsula Malaysia, CSTB. CSTB is a method to measure the optimum value for the fertilizer. Okay, critical soil test value. Okay, and then recommendation NPK for Harumanis mango tree. Another impact factor in Harumanis mango tree cultivation. And then time domain reflectometry TDR. This one the sensor. Okay, this one the sensor. I the one of the engineer to develop this sensor in 2020 at the China at Anton, China. And then the optimization of fertilization. The last one is a machine learning model. This is my methodology. The first one, this one, the red color is the first phase, and then the blue one is the second phase. This one, the third phase. The last one is the phase number 4. Okay, after we collect the data, we do the data processing, and then we split the data, validation and transit only. We don't use the data for the test because we have another one set of data. We use this one as a test set data. Okay, because we want to make sure that our model is very robust. Okay, this one is data collection starting from 14 May until to the 2nd February 2022. Okay, at Kuala Salah Kedah and Guarangkar Police. Okay, this is the result. We can see here, this is the raw data for one sensor only. We can see here the N nitrogen. This one is nitrogen. At the Kuala Salah, they give very high nitrogen. For the this one VF vegetative flush one, they give a very high nitrogen, medium phosphorus and low potassium. And then when go to the fruit development, okay, they give a very high for potassium, medium phosphorus and very low nitrogen. Compare this one, the result from the normal orchard, farmer orchard, okay, they give below 80 for the nitrogen BF1. Okay, at the food development, they give very high phosphorus. Okay, as taste same, but the amount are different. Okay, the flow is same BF1, they give high nitrogen and phosphorus. Also BF2 also high nitrogen and phosphorus, and then fruit development also they give a very high potassium. Okay, and then we do the data processing. Here we study about 5 data processing. This one the basic one for develop the model. Okay, start to logs, square root, Bocox, Bio Johnson. Okay, we want to know which one the best transformation metric. We can see here the best one is Bio Johnson because the R square is 0.9, 0.9, 0.9, and then the square value is almost to 1. Okay, Bocox also have give a good result, but the best one is Yo Johnson. And then we use Yo Johnson as our transformation matrix for our development machine learning model. Okay, this one is a comparison scaling technique. We have 3 type of scaling technique. We have a robust, we have Mimax, and standard. Then the best one is the robust scaling because near to 0. Okay, this is my our target. Of course, when we do the regression, we have a target. Okay, when we have a target, how we calculate our target, because here we put the target from the raw data here. We put the target. How to calculate the target? This one how to calculate. I put the name is as Yaramila because the name of sensor. Okay, how to calculate? First one we measure initial MPK A, and then we estimate MPK decay. Okay, B, and then we are using this equation, and the last one we get the target amount is target variable equal to CSTB minus A minus B. Okay, this one is data processing. Okay, regression method we are using Yo Johnson for transformation metric, normalized robust target also using transformation Yo Johnson. Okay, this one for hyperparameter, we can see here hyperparameter. Okay, after we develop a model, we do the hyperparameter tuning because we want to make sure the best model what we get, and then here the best one is AGBoost 0.9793, 97%. And then we also take the, because this one for result for the cross validation. Okay, this one result for testing. Okay, result for testing, we can see here AGBoost score 82%. Then we take this model into our system, and then we give to our farmer. Okay, this one for analysis the model. Okay, we can see here when we do the analysis, we focus 4 analysis: residual plot, prediction, learning curve, and validation curve. Okay, these 4 plot are very important when we do the machine learning, because we want to see how the performance in our model. Okay, and then prediction error, okay, 0.9. And then this one for learning curve, the score here, the score the best one 0.9875. And then this one for validation curve. Okay, the calculation is we identify the best MPK level. That means we already know how much we need to give every stage. Before this, never researcher never know, farmer never know how much they need to give to the tree. Now they already know. Now we already supply the device. Now we, alhamdulillah, we support them. Now we have another grant 500K from Mosti. We need to develop another 200 this device, give free for to the farmer. Okay, yes, so thank you. I know.
Thank you so much. Engineer Technologist RD Sulino. So we will proceed with Q&A session.
So this time, I think ada yang faham.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to ask one question. How do you monitor the response from the farmers?
Okay. How to monitor? We give our system. Okay. I name as Habak NPK. My system lah, my product Habak NPK. I give to the farmer at I think around October 2023, and then we give the system, and then they start to use my system. Okay, every time they want to give the fertilizer, they place the sensor, and then our system will tell the farmer how much they need to add to the tree. And then
You let them know by using IoT?
No, I'm not using by IoT because farmer orang yang umur 70 years ni, they don't want to use handphone anymore. They don't know how to use a handphone. They don't know how to use a new technology. Okay, then we develop the device, and then that device strictly write down how much he need to put into the tree, how many grams. Very simple. Because harum manis, farmer harum manis tree, most of them around 60 age and above. Only me are the youngest one.
So maybe user friendly lah for your system.
Yeah, user friendly, and then the battery also it can one charging can use for 25 days. One time for full charging, 100%, 21 days. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Trees basically within the same farm. You know that farm introvert, what do you call that? Introvertibility may occur in a farm often. I would say often in a farms in their phenolical stages. So how would you cater for these kinds of issues? Maksudnya macam in satu farm, slowly tak semua pokok seragam kan, not uniform lah.
No, uniform.
Earlier than the
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Based on my experience, 21 years as a farmer for harum manis mango tree. Before this, yes, there sometimes tree number 1 to number 10 already produce a flower, and then sometime next 2 weeks another tree produce a flower, and then that one also our problem because not even. Then when we want to spray the pest, disease, everything, we have a lot of problem on that one. Okay, because of that, we start to pruning 100% the straight. For example, this week 100% pruning all. And then after 40 days, that's why I mentioned here 40 days. After 40 days, we start to use my system. And then our orchard will give the same time to produce the flower, and the bugs, the vegetation also same. Because before this, I have 400. Sometimes I don't have a time to pruning all tree. But now we follow this SOP, because this SOP also used at the Museum Memplang Kuala Salah. Then we advise the farmer, please take 1 week for the pruning, and then we start using my system. Easy. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. So before we proceed with next presentation, we are regret to inform that our 7th, 8th, and 9th presenter are unable to join us for live discussion. So there will be no Q&A session for those 3 presenters. However, we will proceed to hear on their fascinating findings and research through pre-recorded video. So without further ado, we will proceed with our 7th presenter, which is Dr. Muhammad Shafiq Muhammad Hamdan from College University Agroscience, Malaysia, with his research entitled Identification of Microbes from Effective Microbes, EM Formulations, and Plant Mushroom Substrate, SMS, using morphological analysis. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and good day everyone. I'm Dr. Muhammad Shafiq bin Muhammad Hamdan from Faculty of Agroscience, University College of Agroscience, Malaysia, Melaka. Today I'm going to present our research entitled Identification of Microbes from Effect Crops, Formulations and Spent Mushroom Substrate using Morphological Analysis. Effective microorganisms, or EM, are a mixture of beneficial microbes that can improve soil health, plant growth, and nutrient cycling. EM technology offers a sustainable alternative to conventional agriculture inputs by enhancing soil fertility, improving plant resistance to reducing chemical inputs, and promoting higher yields. Mushroom waste is rich in organic matter and nutrients, making it a suitable growing medium for plants when combined with EM. The integration of mushroom waste and EM can create a circular agriculture system that helps improve soil structure and reduce reliance on synthetic fertilizer. There are 2 problem statements for our study, which are underutilization of mushroom waste and unexplored potential of EM. Spent mushroom substrates, or SMS, despite being rich in organic matter, is often discarded or left untreated due to slow decomposition and complex composition, contributing to the environmental pollution and waste resources. And effective microorganisms are known for their ability to accelerate organic matter decomposition and improve nutrient availability, but the application to transform mushroom waste into a sustainable plant medium remain insufficiently studied. There are 3 objectives for our research. Firstly, we want to culture and isolate microbe from EM and SMF samples. Second, to analyze microbial diversity based on morphological characteristics. And lastly, to assess environmental pH condition of EM and SMS samples. These are some literature reviews that we studied prior to conduct the research about EM, effective microorganism, and mushroom waste. EM is a mix of beneficial bacteria, yeast, fungi, and mycete that improve soil fertility and plant health. It was developed in the 1970s by Professor T. Wahika as an alternative to harmful chemical fertilizer, and the key components are lactic acid bacteria, photosynthetic bacteria, yeast, and actinomycetes. Mushroom waste, or spent mushroom substrate, is rich in organic matter, nitrogen, and nutrients. The benefits are to improve soil texture and water holding capacity while serve as a natural fertilizer. EM can accelerate the breakdown of lignin and cellulose in the mushroom waste, unlocking nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus. The benefits are to enhance soil substrate quality, improve root system and plant resilience, while high plant biomass and resistant to soil-borne pathogens. There are also positive impact to the environmental and economic, reduces environmental impact by recycling mushroom waste instead of landfill disposal, and support circular economy and sustainability by repurposing waste agriculture. For the economic benefit, they can provide a cost-effective alternative to chemical fertilizer and enhance soil health, crop yield, while increase agriculture productivity. These are the general flow chart, how we conduct the experiment. Firstly, we collect the samples, which are the mushroom waste or spent mushroom substrates, and the EM, effective microbes. We extract the microbes to evaluate the pH, and then we inoculate on the PDA media, potato dextrose agar plate. Then we isolate and select the single colony. Then we analyze the sample under microscope to characterize the morphology. This slide shows how we inoculate the microbe by using pour plate method and spread plate method to grow the microbes. And then we use the strict method to isolate the single colony. After the growing of the microbes, the single colonies are screened based on unique physical characteristics such as color, shape, and texture. The colonies were preserved on agar for further analysis, which are identification via microscope. For morphological analysis of the microbes, we use microscope to observe the color, shape, elevation, and surface texture of the single colony of the microbe. The result shows the pH values of the four treatments. The control, which was the distilled water, at pH 7.2, validating its role as a sterile baseline. The SMS sample recorded a slightly acidic, typical outcome of organic matter creation and microbial metabolism in lignocellulosic residues. The EM formulation exhibit a pH 6.72, consistent with previously reported range for commercial EM, which maintain mildly acidic condition for microbe stability. Finally, the SMS and EM treatment showed a lower pH of 3.67, suggesting enhanced fermentation activity, such as acidification is commonly associated with lactic acid bacteria and yeast, which contribute to pathogen suppression and improve soil amendment properties. For the second result, all samples supported microbial growth on PDA media, though with clear morphological differences. EM produced creamy round bacterial colonies in line with the dominance of lactic acid bacteria commonly present in EM formulation. S and SMS plus EM sample yield fungal colonies with filamentous growth, reflecting the presence of fungi associated with the degradation of cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin in mushroom sub. Next, microscopic analysis further confirmed differences in microbial population. Corky-shaped bacteria were observed in EM samples consistent with lactic acid bacteria frequently reported in EM formulations. In SMS and SMS plus EM samples, yeast cells and fungus were identified, supporting the hypothesis that these substrates promote mixed microbial consortia. Previous studies have also isolated novel bacterial species, including Acinetobacter, from mushroom cultivation subsets, highlighting the ecological and biotechnological potential of such environment. For the conclusion of this study successfully isolate and morphological identified diverse microbe population. The culturing on PDA media using 4-quadrant strict plate method effectively separated mixed microbial population, enabling identification under microscope. This finding confirmed that both EM and SMS have rich beneficial microbe communities suitable for use in organic farming, composting, and soil improvement. This study also provides baseline data on their microbe communities, lays the groundwork for further research and practical application in organic and sustainable farming system. Future work can be done for molecular approach such as in sRNA and ITS sequencing to establish more comprehensive understanding of the microbe species in EM and SMS. Finally, we would like to thank you for your kind attention and listening to our research presentation. We wish you good luck in future collaboration and discussion and have a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Shafiq. Now let's
Assalamualaikum
welcome.
and good day everyone.
Now let's welcome Madam Hidayatul Shamilah Ismauddin from College University Agroscience Malaysia. Under the track Sustainable Food and Agriculture, she will be presenting her study on the effect of organic fertilizer and different rate of fish amino acid FAA on growth and yield of okra, Apomochius esculentus in University College of Agroscience Malaysia, Melaka. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and thank you, moderator. Today, I am pleased to present our research entitled The Effect of Organic Fertilizer and Varying Rates of Fish Amino Acid, FAA, on the Growth and Yield of Okra, Abelmoschus esculentus *, at University College of Agroscience Malaysia, UCAM, Malacca. This study was conducted by a team of 3 academicians from UCAM. This presentation will follow the outline structure, beginning with the introduction and progressing through to the recommendations. To provide a brief introduction, okra is a commercially valuable vegetable crop, yet its cultivation remains underdeveloped in many regions of Africa and Asia. According to Eric et al., 2014, fish amino acids, FAA, are produced through the fermentation of fish residues, including bones, heads, skins, and other parts, with brown sugar. Similarly, Terribili et al., 2003, reported that fish emulsions have been shown to promote seed germination, fruit development, and microbial activity in soil. Additionally, vermicompost applications have been found to enhance both early and late stages of plant growth. Next is the problem statement. According to Foley et al., 2012, and Fahid et al., 2008, the improper or excessive use of nitrogen fertilizers, along with the reliance on heavy chemical inputs in agricultural practices, can have detrimental impacts on the environment, agricultural sustainability, and human health. Thus, this study focusing on 2 objectives that are: first, to identify the effect of different rates of FAA on the growth and yield of okra. Second is to find out which rate of FAA give the best growth performance and highest fruit yield. The significance on this study were clear, that are to emphasize alternative way to replace usage of chemical fertilizer that similarly can providing the same nutritional value to the crops without harming the environment, agriculture, and health. Obra et al., 2014, stated that fish amino acids provide nitrogen for plant growth and chlorophyll production. Eric et al., 2014, explained that FAA, rich in proteins and amino acids, boosts early plant growth. Anthony, 2019, added that FAA supports plants and microbes with essential nutrients. For experimental details. First, experimental design. The study was conducted using CRBD to ensure uniformity and minimize experimental error. Second, experimental treatments. 5 treatments were applied as follows: T1 until T5, where T1 is control treatment and the rest is mixture of 1L water plus vermicompost plus different rate of FAA from 10 milliliters to 25 milliliters respectively. This picture showing the treatment and replication of okra plants for this study. Here is the methodology. The first one is the preparation of FAA. Fish residues were fermented with brown sugar for 30 days until a liquid form was obtained. Then, okra seeds were sown in seedling trays filled with peat moss to promote uniform germination. After that, medium preparation was prepared by mixture of topsoil, vermicompost, and sand in a 3:2:1 ratio and placed in polybags. Then, after approximately 2 weeks, once seedlings reached 5 to 10 centimeters in height and/or developed 3 to 4 true leaves, they were transplanted into the prepared polybags. Application of different rate of FAA started a week after transplanting. Before that, the pure FAA was diluted with water without chlorine. Watering twice daily and to control pest yellow sticky was applied. Okra can be harvested about 1 month after transplanting when it's about 10 to 12 centimeters long. For data collection and analysis, both growth and yield parameters were assessed. Growth parameters included plant height and number of leaves, while yield parameters comprised number of pods, pod weight, and pod length. Data were analyzed using two-way ANOVA at a significance level of p less than or equal to 0.05 to determine statistical differences among treatments. The table shows that T1 had the highest increase in plant height, while T3 had the lowest. Tayamiyu, 2012, suggested that okra height may depend more on genetic factors than environmental ones. Next, there was no significant interaction, p greater than 0.05, between FAA rates and the control. T2, 10 milliliters FAA, produced the highest number of leaves, while T4, 20 milliliters FAA, had the lowest. Eric et al. Noted that FAA is an effective fertilizer for soil and foliage, promoting vegetative growth. Yield analysis for number of pods showed a significant difference between T2 and T1. This is aligned with Eric et al. 2014, who reported that weekly FAA application can boost yield and improve vegetable quality. For pod weight, no significant interaction was observed between FAA rates and the control. T2 produced the heaviest pods, while T4 had the lightest. In summary, higher fruit numbers contributing to greater overall weight. For pod length, no significant interaction was observed between FAA rates and the control overall. However, multiple comparisons revealed a statistically significant difference, p less than 0.05, between T3 and both T1 and T4. These findings are consistent with Diana Rose, 2016, who reported that combining FAA with vermicompost resulted in greater okra pod length compared to the control. The study showed that different FAA rates with organic fertilizer affected leaf number, pod weight, and pod length. T2, 10 milliliters FAA plus vermicompost, gave the best results for most parameters. FAA with organic fertilizer can be a safe and cost-effective alternative to inorganic fertilizers, helping produce larger vegetables. It is recommended that future studies investigate the effects of lower FAA application rates on okra growth and yield. Additionally, further research should determine the optimal volume of FAA solution to be applied or sprayed to maximize plant performance. So these are the references. That's all, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Madam Hidayatul Shamilah Ismauddin. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Muhammad Farid Abdul Hakim Lim from College University Agroscience Malaysia with his paper entitled Assessing the Impact of Pig Farm Effluent on the Water Quality of Sungai Tuang using Chemometric and Trend Analysis. Please welcome.
Good day, everyone. My name is Muhammad Farid from the University College of Agroscience, Malaysia. Together with my co-authors from UCAM, UKM, Orion Bioscience, and the Department of Environment, I'll be presenting our study titled Assessing the Impact of Pig Farm Effluent on the Water Quality of Sungai Tuang using chemometric and trend analysis. Across the world, livestock farming is one of the hidden giants of water pollution. Here in Malaysia, Sungai Tuang in Malacca may be a small river, but it plays a big role. It flows past farms, villages, and down to recreational beaches. Yet, reports show worrying signs of pollution. What is missing is clear scientific evidence that directly links pig farm effluent to this river's decline. That's the gap we aimed to fill. Our objectives were simple. First, to measure the real impact of pig farm effluent on Sungai Tuang. Second, to classify water quality using Malaysia's Water Quality Index. And third, to uncover long-term trends with chemometric and statistical analysis. Our study focused on Paya Mengkuang, Melaka, home to intensive pig farming. We sampled 7 points, 4 along the river and 3 at effluent outlets. Sampling was done in September and December, capturing 2 different seasonal conditions. For material and methods, we measured the key indicators of river health: pH, dissolved oxygen, BOD, COD, suspended solids, ammoniacal nitrogen, and E. coli, all using standard methods supported by DOE guidelines. For statistical analysis, we applied Welsh ANOVA and James Howell for differences, Water Quality Index for classification, and the main candle test for long-term trends. In short, we combined both short-term field data and long-term monitoring data to get the full picture. Let us look at the critical parameters. COD at L02 was sky high, over 1,400 milligrams per liter in September. Dissolved oxygen collapsed to less than 1 milligram, and E. coli counts exploded more than 400,000 per 100 milliliters. These aren't just statistics, they represent a river struggling to breathe. So, how does this translate into the bigger picture? The Water Quality Index, based on Department of Environment's National Classification System, pulls all parameters together. In September, the upstream site S01 looked healthy, class 2 water, but downstream quality dropped into class 3. At the effluent sites, especially LO02, it plunged to class 4 polluted. In December, the same pattern repeated. The message is clear. Effluent discharge is dragging the river down. When we look at the DOE's long-term data, the picture became even clearer. Dissolved oxygen is steadily falling. COD and E. coli are climbing year after year. And the water quality index, it's sliding from class 2 towards class 3. This is not one-time event. It is a worsening trend, confirmed statistically using the man candle test, which is widely applied in hydrology. So, what does this mean? Pig farm effluent is the dominant driver of pollution in Sungai Tuang. It threatens fish, aquatic ecosystems, and local biodiversity. It poses health risks to communities and fish users downstream, and it shows that current treatment systems at farms are simply not enough. Our our findings echo other studies. Ling et al. 2014 reported similar impacts in Sarawak. Mofokeng et al. 2016 described severe oxygen depletion from peak effluent, and Abia et al. 2015 highlighted E. coli as a reliable indicator of fecal contamination in rivers. To conclude, our evidence shows that pig farm effluent is degrading Sungai Tuang's water quality. This is confirmed by both short-term sampling and long-term monitoring. Without intervention, the river risks slipping further from class 3 into class 4. But with stronger treatment, enforcement, and monitoring, recovery is possible. Therefore, based on these findings, we recommend three key actions. 1. Upgrade effluent treatment systems with longer retention times and proper designs. 2. Strengthen cross-agency enforcement so guidelines turn into real action. And 3. Establish continuous monitoring using chemometric and trend tools to track progress over time. Together, these steps can restore the river. We thank Department of Environment Malaysia, the Department of Veterinary Services Melaka, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, and UCAM for their support. Thank you very much for your attention. If you would like to discuss or collaborate further, here's my contact. I look forward to your questions and ideas. Thanks.